Welcome to the City Council regular meeting, City of Pearland, on this Monday, August 10th. I'll call this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. At this particular time, we'll have the invocation and the pledge. The invocation will be led by Councilmember Fernandez and the pledge by Councilmember Cade. If you would mind, please stand up.
You will join me and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for today. Thank you for being in this room. Your word says that when two or more are gathered, that you are present, Lord. Lord, we just embrace your presence. We embrace your love that you give to us each and every day. Bless those that are in this room, those that are watching online, Lord, and just bless our city as a whole. Lord, we just ask you to continue to place your hands of protection upon our first responders, Lord, and just allow them to be safe each and every day. Allow them to go home at the end of their shifts, Lord. Lord, we just thank you and we just give you all the glory. In Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. Amen.
I'll now have roll call, certification of quorum. Madam Secretary, we do have a quorum present. All council members are present except for Council Member Eccles. Moving on to next item on the agenda is citizens' comments, and I believe we do have some comments that were submitted, and I'll hand this over to Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria to facilitate. I'll just remind us that comments should be limited, if you're representing a group, to 5 minutes, and 3 minutes for individual comments. And so I'll let you move on, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do have several comments. So I'm going to go ahead and call you up in pairs of three, or in threes. So we have Bill Lady, Denise Barlett. Okay, sorry. And Donnie Struhall. Oh, sorry about that, sir. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Bill is first.
All right, my name's Bill Baldy, like a bald-headed person. I've been called every name in the book, so don't worry about it. But anyway, I'm here to talk about the Airbnb out there in Wesley. It's becoming a big problem right now. I know y'all are used to hearing about all this, but y'all told us a while back that whenever it got more than 10 cars, we needed to call the police department to have them come out and take care of it. We've done that, and we were assured that the police know how to handle all that. Well, evidently somebody wasn't paying attention that day. So we had him out there, and all he said was, there's nothing I can do about it except make them move the cars in the right direction. I said, well, council told us that we had to call you. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. We're having problems with it. At night, they go to 2 and 3 in the morning, partying. Neighbors around it are complaining about the noise. Cars are parked all over the street. I'm just wondering, are they requiring them to get a permit? I know the Airbnb people who own it have to get a permit, but why can't you make the people that are renting it have a permit also? I mean, you have to have a permit if you want to have a garage sale. Make them get a permit if they want to have a party there. What's wrong with that? Extra money for the city. And are they paying residential trash service? Or are they paying commercial? That's a good question right there. Because it is a business. But y'all need to think about what's going on with it. We've had some incidents out there. Mr. Bartlett's going to get up here in a minute and tell you what happened to him. He lives right across the street from it. It's very disturbing. If it had happened at my house, EMS would have had to come haul the guy off, is all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dennis, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Dennis Bartlett, Sorry, I'm going to be repeating some of what Bill just said. I'd like to bring to your attention on Saturday, August 1st, the Airbnb across the street at 3657 Meadowlark in the Wesley subdivision started filling up with people for a party, as they do many weekends. I lived in Wesley for 34 years, and just now, with all the unknown guests coming to the Airbnb, I feel like I need to keep the doors locked, garage doors shut, and gates closed if I'm not where I can keep an eye to watch out. This is a big change in the way the neighborhood has been all of these years. To get a better picture of this incident, the party had 8 cars that had arrived already. I finished up with my yard work in the back and closed everything up to go inside and get cleaned up. On this day, a man walked up my driveway with no cars in it, mind you, through my closed walk-in gate into my backyard, onto my patio, and opened my back door to the house without knocking and came in. He called out, "Where's the party?" I walked into that room and told him, "It's not here. Leave." He inquired if this was an Airbnb. I told him it's not an Airbnb. Leave. I really wasn't sure that he wasn't casing my place for a future robbery. So as he left, I watched him walk across the street to the Airbnb and directly into the house. Several months ago, 3 of us from the neighborhood met with the city attorney, where he advised the Airbnb cannot have large parties, the house cannot have more than 2 adults per bedroom. I believe that house has 4 bedrooms, and that 10 people total could be there. They also didn't disturb the peace with they can't disturb the peace with loud music and conversation after 10 o'clock. City attorney advised us to call the police for infractions so a record would be kept to aid in possibly pulling their permit to operate. I have counted as many as 19 cars attending parties parked up and down the street. The police now tell us all they can do is make them move the cars if they're facing the wrong direction. That's it, no more enforcement. Why aren't the owners of the Airbnb made to follow the rules set forth in the new ordinance 2000T-41 for short-term rentals? So we come to you once more to ask for your help to correct what's developed into an unsafe atmosphere that you've created in our neighborhood by issuing this business a permit to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Donnie?
Good evening. I'm Donnie Struhall. I'm a Pearland Wesley resident for over 40 years. I've gotten involved with the Civic Club recently, and they elected me their president, and I feel like that it's my duty and obligation to come here tonight and talk about this VRBO vacation rental, short-term rental problem we have. The property that Mr. Bartlett was talking about at 3657 Meadowlark is very close to where I live as well. And what I notice when I drive by that property is how strange it looks in front, because now half the yard used to be St. Augustine grass. Now it's caliche and gravel for parking. It looks kind of like a country honky-tonk to me is what it looks like. Just strange looking. Anyway, the house is a 4-bedroom house as far as I know too. And sometimes we see 12, 13, 14, and like Mr. Bartlett said, one time we saw 19 cars there, trying to wonder how could that be with a 4-bedroom that you'd have that many people there at one time. We know they have pickleball courts in the back. We know that they have a swimming pool, because we hear them hollering and partying. And I know they pay good money for this place when they rent it. And I can tell you the people that rent it, they get their money's worth, because we live 165 feet away, Ann and I do, and we can hear it in our backyard when we're outside. We can hear them partying. We kind of know that it's either a party weekend or a sports weekend or whatever, because you can hear the hooping and the hollering. It's really hard for me, though, to watch my neighbors who live on both sides because and across the street, because I know they're dealing with the nuisance all the time. So my question really, I have a question for the city, and that is, can the city deny a license to an owner that has had numerous complaints, to the police being called in for noise and traffic issues and what have you, walking into people's houses or, that kind of thing? I know the police have responded, and I get the feeling they are caught in the middle, and they are such a precious resource to be having to be called and expended each time things get loud and people start partying. It just doesn't work to have a business like this in the middle of a single family neighborhood. So I ask the city to please help us, and I ask on behalf of all Wesley residents to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so the next three, Lynette Patterson, Stephen Hickam, and Lee DePrang. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Lynette Patterson, and this is the second time that I've appeared before the council. I am here to ask the council, how are the residents to feel comfortable and confident when we make a request, when we stand here at this desk, when we speak to you all and give our concerns, even through email, and we don't get any response? It saddens the community to know that the elected people that we elected as citizens and residents of Pearland have elected you all to hear our concerns and to help us to weed through areas that are foggy, and we don't get any reply. How can you sit there and you all are engaged in looking at me, thank you. But when people stand at the desk and pour out their concerns to you as the city council, I think it's your obligation to wholeheartedly listen. Do we all agree? No. Do we all have the same concerns? No. But the concerns are being addressed to the people that we thought would be able to help us. So I would appreciate if our city council of Pearland would really pay attention to what's happening, what's being said. I know you all know what I said in the email, and I don't need to address that, but you all know what I said. And I'm praying that this city council gets itself together, that we not stand on what we as individuals want, but we do what is best for the community, everybody in the community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
My name is Stephen Hickam. I live at 3725 Wings Hill Way in Wesley neighborhood. I'm here to follow up on what Mr. Baldy, what Mr. Dennis, and Mr. Donnie just said. This Airbnb, my fiance and I moved into the neighborhood about just over a year ago, and loved the neighborhood. Big 1 acre lots and quiet neighborhood. Sorry guys, but older people, and very, very nice little retirement neighborhood kind of type thing. It was awesome. And this house, this Airbnb, is one street behind me, and we're talking 1 acre lots. And I've raced cars most of my life. I've shot guns most of my life, so my hearing's already pretty shot, and I wear hearing aids. And from inside my house, I can hear the noise going on 2 acres away. It's a big nuisance. And then also it brings a lot of speeding traffic into our neighborhood. We're, like I said, we're a little retirement neighborhood. We ride around our golf carts at night and go drive by people's houses and visit for hours. And, we're driving around. There's been several times where, someone's blown by me doing at least 50 miles an hour. And our speed limit signs are 30. Speed limit only does so much. The signs only do so much. But this Airbnb is bringing all kinds of bad stuff to this neighborhood that I love so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lee?
My name is Lynn DePrang.
Apologize, it looks like
That's
an H.
quite all right, my dear. I have lived a couple of blocks from here for the last 43 years. I raised my children here. I finished my teaching career here after 20 years at Pearland High School. And I didn't have a hometown myself, but this has been a true hometown for me and my family. I've approved of it, and up until Mayor Reed's death, I used to feel like I knew at least one or two or three people on this city council. Now there's no one that I know, and you're all relatively young. I'm 78. Everyone's young. And so here we are. And I came today to do something I just think it's time to do. I use the dog park almost every day. I have a pup that I take out there, and I've been able to do that recently because I had a dog that was sociable. And going over there has been a great joy to me. It's been a really wonderful thing. I had to go because I lost 2 pups last year. I had to go to the City Pound, that's not what they call it, but the City Pound, and get a dog. And I did so, and I'm happy about that. The facility that I went to was beautiful. It was clean. The people were really nice there. They did everything they could to help us, and I appreciated it so much. The dog park, it turns out, didn't have certain things that it needed. The lights weren't coming on. The water, we have not a convenient way to get water to the dogs, et cetera, et cetera. Bottom line, I went and talked with our parks director, and within a day, they had fixed at least one of those issues and have continued until everything has been taken care of. Just couldn't ask for nicer. And a snapshot, I'm running out of time. I went back to speak to Miss, I knew I was going to do that. Capers, yes, I love Capers. Anyway, went back to see Miss Capers, and in talking to her, she said, think about this in this day and time. She said, well, you know, they didn't get that hose out there, and they hadn't. But it may have been that I didn't communicate with them clearly about where to take it. And I thought, that's pretty important. A leader who takes responsibility rather than throwing it off on her underling, or employees, I'm sorry, not underlings. But anyway, I thought that was noteworthy. That's character. I use the rec center. It's wonderful. The people, when you walk in there, the kids and some adults that work there, they greet you. Pearland is doing a lot of things right and has done a lot of things right. Please don't slide into this horrible malaise that has taken over our national government.
I'm sorry, sir.
You've done well.
Thank you. Those are all the comments, Mayor.
Just before we move on, I just want to say thank you for everyone for coming and making comments today. It truly is appreciated and welcomed. And so we value input as we continue to move the city forward. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, the consent agenda. Are there any items to be removed? I think there's a yes as an affirmative. Councilmember Koza?
Yes, you want me to put the consent agenda?
Yes, I'm sorry. Would you mind putting it on?
Fair enough. Consideration and possible action on consent agenda items A, B, and H, with all other items being removed. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to remove all items except for A, B, and H from the consent agenda, made by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Cade. All, I believe that's it. No. Okay. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavdilla?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Okay, and we're going to try to keep up with this. So, Councilmember Cade, would you present item number C? Item number C.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2025-C CUP 2025-0285-1. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Cade, second by Councilmember Fernandez. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a previously approved CUP for Solvchem over off of McCowa and Shank, and this is an extension. Will approve the extension of that CUP. So the original CUP was approved on September 22nd, 2025. With this extension, it'll be in effect through 9/22 of 27, so that they can get their project started, which they expect to by the end of the year.
Thank you for that. Any concerns, Councilmember Cade? Discussion?
I asked for this to be removed, so I was just wondering, is there why is there, can we ask why the extension is needed? Are they here?
We can. I think what they identified in their application was balancing the financial institution requirements with city requirements and some redesign challenges.
That's
But
what I wanted to know.
they are
Is it
indicating that they're close to finalizing those and intend to break ground by the end of the year.
Thank you.
I believe yes, if you see there's someone approaching the podium here, would you mind stating your name and then providing some context?
Sure. My name is Ed Baldwin. I'm the Director of Business Analysis for Solvchem. I'm the one who wrote the letter requesting the extension. So one of the reasons why we're trying to get the extension is this is a large project for us. We're spending over $20 million for this expansion. So it is involving our financing company, the ownership of the company, the permits and stuff that are needed from City Council, our insurance brokers, and most importantly, the customer that we're doing the business to expand with. We've had about a 20 to 25% increase in the cost that we were anticipating. So we are tweaking some things to make sure we make everyone happy. We're past the design phase. We're actually in the phase right now where we're trying to resolve things with our fire engineers. And then we're getting ready to go to the fire marshal, and we anticipate applying for construction permits in the next 30 to 45 days. We're hoping to have groundbreaking before the end of the year. We just needed a little more time. The cup was going to expire before we could get all the paperwork in order.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Additional items for discussion? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you present item D?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2026-61. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria, second by Councilmember Koza. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a development agreement with Beezer Homes for their development called Arcadian Estates, which is off of County Road 100. Under our normal requirements, all the infrastructure has to be completed before they can go through an SIA process, which allows only a certain 5% of the homes to start before they complete everything. Because they've been delayed working through FEMA as well as the county on their section of County Road 100. We've worked through this process to put this development agreement together. Since that's the only piece of the infrastructure not completed yet, they do have plans and are ready to move forward. So this will allow them to incrementally add a different number of homes or start a different, more homes based on certain milestones that are enumerated in the development agreement. So it basically allows them to get going as they build their share of County Road 100.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Patel.
Thank you, Mayor. So is somebody here from Beezer Homes? So, my concern, Trent, on this is one, I guess, is this a part of UDC that we are basically giving a waiver to start on the construction of the homes before they finish the infrastructure project?
So we normally allow that 5%,
Okay.
and that's once they put up a bond. And so what's occurred here is they have completed all of their internal infrastructure, and it's just the County Road 100 portion that's been delayed through going through a conditional letter of map revision process through FEMA. And so they asked about going through a development agreement process that would allow them to exceed that 5% of homes if they go ahead and put up the bond for that portion of the infrastructure they have not completed at this point. And so because there were delays kind of outside of their control, we worked through them with this process to allow additional homes as they complete the road.
So I guess when I saw that, it's 30, 50, 75. 75%, so that would be 81 homes, right? So they
Correct.
could build 81 homes before they start construction of the road? That's the way I read it?
At the point they're issuing once they issue the notice to proceed for the construction of their share, that's when it would increase to 75%, that they could start up to that many.
So they can build, out of 108 homes, they can build 81 homes before they start construction of their road.
Excuse me, Christina Hansen with Beezer Homes. The 75% we will get to when we issue the notice to proceed, and as soon as we issue that notice to proceed, we'll start construction on CR 100. So my understanding of the development agreement is as soon as we issue that NTP, and then once we start construction, we'll have those 80 homes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand this. You would be able to build 81 homes before you start construction off that road.
But before they complete it, they'd be able to build 54 before they start the construction.
Okay, technically start would be getting a dozer out there. What am I missing here? So technically 81 homes would be done out of 108. And then when 108 homes are done, you would have to have that road complete.
Yeah, so we can, in reality, we're able to pull permits for those 81 homes. Now, whether we start 81 homes, but yes, according to the development agreement, as soon as we issue the NTP, 75% of those homes can be released, as long as we have the below as well, Clomer, which we can have.
And I guess every time the word messy comes along, I get real cringy. We've had some development out there that we've amended multiple times, and there are some homeowners out there that hold us responsible for some issues that we didn't have anything to do with. And so you got 81 homes technically you can build and people can move in without that road being done. And in case you guys decide, well, the cost goes up too high and you don't do it, there's no bond here.
No, there is a bond.
We do have a bond.
Okay.
Bond is 125% of the cost that they already have a bid number on.
Okay. So to me, at the same time, I'm having a little bit of a difficult, why are we adjusting this? What is the cost of that road? What are you estimating that road to be?
Our bid came in around $768,000.
I mean, I don't know much about Beezer Homes or construction, but Beezer Homes is a pretty big company. So you're talking about less than $1 million. Why not just go ahead and finish the road?
We're working on contracts right now. We couldn't do anything with the road until we got FEMA's approval, and FEMA was shut down for a while, which is why the process took a long time. But we recently got FEMA approval on the road, and we're working with contracts right now, and I've got everybody ready to start. I'm ready to start the road. And so as soon as I get contracts approved, we'll have dozers out there doing CR 100.
Okay, so then can we adjust this instead of 75%? Can we say, hey, since you already got FEMA a letter, you can go ahead and start 54 homes, right? Technically, according to this agreement.
Yes, once it's signed, yes.
So then can we adjust that to say, hey, you can only do 50% of the homes until notice to proceed is at 75. Can we move it up? 50%. Right now, if I'm reading this correctly, 30% is execution of the agreement. 50% is at letter of FEMA.
Mm-hmm.
But you already have letter of FEMA in your hand.
Yes.
And you have 75% at notice to proceed. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So what I'm saying is the notice to proceed has to be basically at 50%.
Okay. So once the notice to proceed is...
You can get up to 50%, and then you had to have notice to proceed.
Okay. So then...
And then you must complete the road before 75%.
Okay, but then once the road is completed, we're allowed 100%.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Our cap.
The road has to be completed at 75%.
Okay.
That's fair.
Okay. Yes, yeah.
And Member Patel, if I could, essentially there is no 75% threshold. Once the road's finished, everything's done and they can.
Exactly, yeah, I agree. But they can't go above that 81 homes until the road is complete.
Yes, sir. So we would just essentially remove step 3 and make it a 50% cap.
Very good, thank you.
What I'm hearing is a council member with a suggestion. Are you making a motion to amend the development agreement?
I would second that.
I'll make a motion that we move the, I guess, road construction must be completed by 75% of the homes being built.
I was just going to recommend removing paragraph C altogether. That seems like it would make it cleaner.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So moved.
Second.
So it seems that there's an amendment, a motion to amend the contract by removing C.
Yes, sir.
Made by Councilmember Patel, second by Councilmember Koza. Any discussion on that further? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you mind calling for the vote on the amended motion?
We clear what we're removing?
The amendment.
It's going to be, I'm sorry, if you're asking for clarification on the amendment, it would be to remove paragraph section 2.1, I'm sorry, 2.2C,
Okay.
which will take out the 75% threshold. So Beazer will essentially be able to build up to 50%. And then until that 50%, they couldn't go beyond that 50% until the road is completed.
All right, thank you.
And just for point of clarity, it's an amended agreement, not the motion.
Well, it's a motion to make that amendment to change that development agreement.
Correct.
Sir.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Member
Yeah.
Patel,
Aye.
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla,
Aye.
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Koza, would you present item E, please?
Pardon me, Mayor. That was just
On the
voting on
amended?
whether to amendment, and we have to adopt it with the and we have to adopt it as amended.
Amended
It's
motion.
amended, got it. Can I
Mayor Pro
have a-
Tem Chavadilla,
Aye.
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez,
Aye.
Member Patel,
Aye.
Member Koza.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Koza, would you present item number E, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2026-139. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Fernandez. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item is a rejection of the RFQs that we solicited for our standards of coverage and staffing utilization study for the fire department. This has been put out as a request for qualifications. We want to reject these and go back out actually as a request for proposals so that we can have the cost considered as part of the scoring to go through the selection process for the consultant that we will use.
Questions?
Yes, Mayor. So is this request here, is this for part of the study on the EDSs for the next two items?
Yes, sir. So this standards of coverage would include analyzing and looking at the emergency services districts. Yes.
Okay. And approximately, if we reject these and go through the process again, approximately when will we be seeing the results from the study?
I would say within 2 to 3 months.
All right, thank you. Is that, you were looking at somebody?
A recommendation to award?
Okay. Are you talking about that or the actual results of the
The
study?
results,
No.
yeah, so the,
No, the actual study or the recommendation to award this?
no,
when we come
the
back?
actual, when will we have data to take a look at?
Oh, no, I would say, sorry. I thought you were asking when would this be back in front of you guys for approval? Then it will probably take us upwards of 9 months to a year. before we
Probably,
have any
9 months.
recommendations.
9 months to a year to have the results.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So Trent, real quick, you said you rejected the original proposal because it didn't include the cost of what the services were?
This is the item to actually reject the request for qualification process so we can start over with the RFP process.
I'm confused. What is the difference?
So request for qualifications takes into account the qualifications of the consultants and does not solicit a cost. So then after you make a selection based on qualifications, you go through a negotiation process. For the actual cost of the work, we wanted to put it back out as an RFP so that the cost could be considered upfront as part of the scoring for determining who's the best provider for these services.
Got it. Okay. Do we have multiple service people who do this?
We received 9 statements of qualifications, so we're going to go back to all those firms and basically I think they can put together what they put together for the qualifications plus an actual cost proposal as well. So I would expect most of them to participate.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, that whole process, you said was 9 months. Okay.
9 to 12.
Councilman Cook. Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just going to
9 to
go
12.
back in on it so you know.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Byram, would you present item F, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2026-140. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Byram, second by Councilmember Koza. Trent, staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This resolution is to approve an interlocal agreement with Emergency Services District Number 4 to provide emergency services within that district. It's basically the same agreement we've had for the past 5 years, and is a new one extending over the next 5 years. Basically establishes that they will keep their tax rate at the 10 cents, and basically after their administrative cost, they're contracting with us for those services. And it does include for either side a cancellation clause that allows you to give 12 months notice to end it. So it's not like it's not for the full 5 years if there's were reason to consider something different. So ESD4 is the ESD that covers basically all of the ETJ except for MUDs 2, 3, and 6. So with that, we recommend approval.
Any questions, concerns?
Yes, Mayor. We briefly spoke about this, I think at our last meeting, and the special stuff about the ESDs and whether they pay their full amount of what's owed for the services rendered. And it was stated that basically we need the study to be done before we can have that answer. The previous item that we just rejected to start over again, we're looking at 9 to 12 months in both the agreements for E and F for basically ESD 4 and ESD 5. They have the same clauses in there, and it basically states in here that the standard agreement between the city and ESD 4 contemplates that, and it's got 5 different things. Number 3 says the terms of compensation reference to the importance of adopting a maximum tax rate in an effort to cover the maximum portion of the cost allowable, meaning the setting the tax rate at 10 cents. But it states in here at the end, as the district's formation will not fully cover all costs. When we had our last discussion in regards to this, it also goes down into the interlocal agreement number 3, whereas both the district and the city agree that the city's cost of providing emergency service for the district may exceed the district's annual statutory authority to impose a maximum ad valorem tax pursuant to section 775.074 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. So right there in the agreement, it reiterates kind of the definition up above. To me, it sounds like, and when I asked this last time, it sounds like the citizens of Pearland are subsidizing ESD 4 and 5. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, based on our internal calculations, we think that that is true. And, we want to go through this study to evaluate the way we've calculated that and to make sure that's accurate and then actually be able to pinpoint what that discrepancy is or what that shortfall is.
Okay. So with that being said, what my questions from there are, I think if my memory serves me correctly, in our discussion, is it a 10-cent for fire and a 10-cent for EMS?
So what's currently been approved is just the 10 cents, and I believe that's, I don't know if it's specific to fire or emergency services, but my understanding is that you can also adopt a separate one for EMS that would be potentially up to another 10 cents.
So all in, total of 20 maximum?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with that being said, with not knowing exactly what we're looking at, not knowing whether they're covering, not covering, if we are subsidizing, how much we are subsidizing, what I'd like to do is put a motion on this to amend this motion. Instead of a 5-year contract, I'd like a motion to be for 1 year so that we can get the study accomplished, see where it's at, and then at that point negotiate from there whether we need to seek additional monies so that the citizens of Pearland aren't subsidizing the ESDs. So moved.
I'll second that.
So we have a,
If I could interject just to make sure that I'm understanding the situation correctly. Unlike the last item where we had a motion and there was somebody at the dais who could speak on behalf of the company, we don't know that we could approve up to that limit, I guess is the way to start. Yes, we can say here, but we don't know if we have an agreement because we don't know that the board has agreed to that term. And of course, their board has to go through their open government procedures and adopt any proposed changes accordingly.
Okay. So we have a month right now. We could just shoot this down and have them come back to us within a month, then is what you're saying?
I'm saying that we could approve it today, but it might not be finalized until that board takes their action.
Okay, so we could proceed with where we're at, and then it would be finalized if they vote for it. If not, they have a month to come back because this expires at the end of September, roughly speaking, 6 weeks, whatever it is.
Yes, sir. And then the other thing that I would just suggest, I understand the timing on your situation. If I understood the timing from the city and its study, if it's going to take close to 9 months and we have to give them 12 months advance notice, and then we want to give them time to do what they may need to do, what we expect the study is going to suggest that they do. They may need time to get that adopted by the voters at whatever their election cycle they are on. It may be more prudent to go with 2 years instead of 1.
I would rather have 1, and we look up in 1 year and figure out where we need to go from there.
Yes, sir. Understood. Just wanted to offer an alternative, but I understand the negotiation and the concern that you've expressed.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Patel.
Thank you, Mayor. Trent, how much money are we collecting from each of these districts? I guess District 4 and 3 or 4 and 5?
Yes. So for District 4, we collect approximately $800,000, and that was in fiscal year 2026. And I have the other ESD's contribution as well for the next
I just
item.
want to point one thing out. We're talking about ESD. The motion on the floor is for ESD 4.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure we keep the conversation.
So, sure. I apologize. I mean, they're both exactly the same things except the number.
We'll go through the same. We'll go through.
So the contracts are the same, but the MUDs contained therein are different.
Sure.
I think the conversations need to be kept.
Okay, let's focus on District 4. What's the amount?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Last
Okay.
fiscal year payment.
And assuming, and I don't know, Trent, you said internally you've done some number on crunching. I'm assuming the cost to run our services in this district is above $800,000, correct?
That's what we've calculated, yes.
Do you have a rough number of how much that cost is?
Yes, we do.
Would you mind sharing that?
So if I can predicate that
Sure.
with the information in the cost model, if you will, also includes the cost of preparedness. And we've also removed the costs associated with services that we cannot statutorily provide those areas, like code enforcement, fire marshal, things like that. And we've also backed out revenues that we receive for charges of service. And we've included the costs associated with debt service. So we believe we have a good cost model. It bears out when you compare rooftop to rooftop when it goes through the full service area of the community as well as those ETJ areas. And so we come up with a 26% cost coverage when it comes to what the ESD contributes versus the total calculated cost of that.
So we're approximately losing, correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, $600,000.
Much more than that.
Losing six.
Yeah, no.
Hold on, one second. So, Councilman Patel has the floor.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Okay. So that's just from District 4.
Correct.
Okay. Keep that for District 5. We'll come back to that.
So,
sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
I just want to be clarified. That's all. I don't mean to cut you off. 26%, because I heard some discussion, so I wanted to make sure we were clear as before we move forward. 26% that you mentioned, could you kind of elaborate what the magnitude or value is? Because there was some confusion.
So for the last fiscal year, the target cost allocation is around 3.1 million.
Okay. I want to make sure we're talking apples to apples. So 3.1 million is the cost, and currently the contract covers
800K.
800,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joel. And I guess if you're asking for guidance, I would say 1 year. And if they want to cancel the service, I mean, we're okay with that as well. I hate saying it that way, but again, City of Pearland and their taxpayers are contributing a significant amount of money of covering costs that services we're providing. The other thing I would also ask, we need to have the discussion of the additional 10 cents that we can charge. And I think if we're going to negotiate now, I think we need to go back to is there anybody from that District 4 or 5 here?
4.
Oh, are you guys from District 4? 5, okay. Well, you get to hear it.
They're up next.
Yeah, they're up next. So I think it is prudent, and I think it's only fair for the citizens of Pearland to kind of have that discussion to add in the other 10 cents before we continue for a 5-year extension. I'll stop there, Mayor. Thank you.
Question, so 10 cents, was there a 10 cents maximum cap, or are we allowed to go up higher than that?
There's a 10% cap for fire services, and there's a 10% cap. It's traditionally called EMS services, but because our fire and EMS is combined, when they adopted it, they only did one of the two. So theoretically, there is a 20% cap when you add the two together.
And even at that, they're only going to be covering 50%.
I'm sorry, 20 cent.
I just wanted to make sure that I heard that correctly, because currently the contract as it is at 10 cents. And so I hear discussions around an increase to 20%. I just want to make sure that we're all clear. 20 cent. And I have a question from Councilmember Byram.
Oh, that was the clarification, but correct me if I'm wrong, Lawrence, but we already have an amended motion on the floor to change the contract from 5 years to 1 year.
Correct.
It's not 1 year at 20 cents. It's 1 year at 10 cents is the motion we have on the floor.
Correct, because the other one isn't entirely within our control. What's in our control is approving this agreement. Yeah. Whether they increase or do another election or whatever other funding mechanisms they could do to offset the portion that's being paid by city taxpayers, that's part of what the discussion is meant to have when we meet with them. And I think we wanted to have the study before we meet with them so that we can have the data-driven discussion versus our internal calculations.
Right. There was just a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So the motion on the floor is amend 5 years to 1.
Yes. And basically what the whole purpose is so that we don't leave them without service.
Sure.
So we're at least getting something, but, this is pretty big delta.
Understood. Okay.
And just for additional clarity, if there's a proposal for a rate theoretically that they do not adopt, this entity was put in place because they meaning people who reside in those areas aren't able to provide those services. So if a contract negotiation can't be met, how would those people in those areas theoretically get access to emergency care and services?
Well, they could always petition the city for annexation.
So this was,
and I think you're going to get a strong response if they did that. But either something will cause a motivation to make a change from someone. I don't know what that will be yet.
I just wanted to be clear that as things currently are, they potentially are not staying the same, because I hear guidance from council that potentially we would propose to them increased rates to minimize the variance in cost that Pearland residents are paying above said services provided to them. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're subsidizing them. We don't collect taxes from them, other than for this ESD.
I'm choosing not to use the word subsidy because I just want to make sure that there's a cost difference, because there's other things I think that probably should come into the conversation at a later time, not particularly with ESD 4, which is why I'm trying to keep the conversation to 4. So are there any questions with regard to ESD 4? I believe, Councilmember Byram, you said there's a motion on the floor to
Amended motion.
an amended motion on the floor to adopt this resolution with a 1-year term instead of a 5-year term. Is that correct? Okay.
And I thought I heard a motion and I heard a second, but
Motion was made by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Patel.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla,
Aye.
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez,
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Amended. Yeah.
Were you able to hear that?
Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez,
Aye.
Member Patel,
Aye.
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Patel, would you present item G, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Considering possible action, resolution number R2026-141, so moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Patel, second by Councilmember Cade. Trent, would you provide the,
same story.
Same story.
This ESD number 5 covers the areas that are MUDs 2 and 3. That's the only difference.
Well, the difference could be what the cost is as well.
Exactly.
So,
Joel?
that's what I was going to say.
Batter up.
Yeah, so now I'm back at you,
A
Joel.
little bit better situation, so they cover about half of their costs.
So
the 679,961 we received last year covers half of the 1.3 million in estimated cost.
And you said it was 679
Correct.
and some change? Okay.
680.
680, okay.
So just to be clear, this particular ESD, what were the MUDs again?
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
2 and 3. Okay. Any questions from council members? Well, I'm assuming that because of the engaged discussion on the previous resolution that we would move to try to do the same
yes.
thing.
Yes, sir.
I'll second that.
What? I want to make sure someone does it.
Yeah,
Councilmember Koza?
I'll make the motion to amend the motion from 5 years to 1 year. So moved.
Second.
Motion to amend the contract from a 5-year to a 1-year for ESD 5 was made by Councilmember Koza and second by Councilmember Cade. Councilmember Patel, questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. We do have the gentleman representing District Number 5. Would you guys go to a podium for a second? One of you guys, whoever is a better speaker, I guess.
Just when you're there, just remember to state your name.
Yep. Richard Giesel. I'm the vice president for ESD5.
Mr. Giesler, thank you for coming today, and I do appreciate it. You know, we're in a pickle. I wish you were here at 3 o'clock and sat through for 2 hours of budget meetings. And there's a reason behind this madness of why we're trying to do this, right? We're in a tight spot. We are subsidizing, and we're squeezing pennies to get dollars. And one of these things was, hey, we are subsidizing our services, our taxpayers within the city are incurring a lot of costs with services that are outside the city. And I think it's only fair that the districts that we're providing services to at least help pay for them. I'm assuming, since you guys are willing to renew, that our services are worth the money you guys are paying.
Absolutely. There's been never an issue.
So I appreciate that. And I like to believe that we do have some of the finest first responders.
Absolutely.
Even if we went to 20 cents, I know it's a shock. I understand that your residents will say that. But when you do go back, please explain to them the true cost of these services that we do incur. You know, and I'll just say this, and I'll let you speak. Last year or a year before, we bought a fire truck. I've been told first it's called an apparatus. Who knew? 2, would you believe how much that apparatus cost? Could you guess?
Over $1 million.
$2 million, something. Yeah, like, you know, it was a ladder truck. I know there was a little bit, 2 point something. Sorry. So we're trying to get the best service for our constituents, but we want the cost to be shared equally. So that's where I stand for, and I think my constituents also want to kind of balance this, and that's why we're trying to renegotiate this, right? To say, let's be fair to everybody. So I'll stop there, and I'll let you kind of say your piece.
We couldn't agree more. The issue is that we've been waiting on a study for exactly what Joel was just bringing up, was what the cost of services is. Once we balance that out, then we can take something back to the constituents and talk about it. Until we have anything, there's nothing to talk about. And we're limited to what we can charge based on the current rules and the laws in place. So
no, and I appreciate that. And I will take full blame on that. We will, as a council, that we should have pushed the study sooner. But it's coming, and that's why we want to kind of say, hey, look, once the study's done, you get a copy, we get a copy, and we can make a better decision.
Perfect.
Fair. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and thank you for being here.
1 second. Are there any questions from anyone? Got it? Councilmember Barham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joel, just to be clear, assuming study comes back and says the numbers are pretty much what we talked about, in the case of ESD 5, if legislatively they're allowed to go to 20 cents, they would, at least in theory, fully cover their costs.
Of course, depending on our overall cost for the service area.
Yeah, or get awfully close versus the prior item, they're not even close.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dave Haynes. Just one minor point. From a legal standpoint, we were directed, as I understand the history of the creation of ESD 5, to combine both emergency services and fire services. And that was the language the city council agreed to and required for the creation of ESD 5. I think the issue that you have to face, or we will have to face also, is the legal issue of being able to go back and make that modification if that was the decision by both sides. It would probably require a major legal decision by the lawyers, first of all, and then going back to the public for a vote if it goes the way you're proposing. And that certainly can't be done within 1 year. Just
And so just while you're there, I guess to understand the proposition or the situation that you're trying to describe is that because conversations are geared toward or aimed at separate entities, that this contract was made in a combination of fire and EMS, that may pose a substantial legal hurdle in order for us to gain some sort of recompense for the variance that has been discussed in trying to make up the difference. Do I hear that correctly?
I think the legal people will have to struggle with the path that you're proposing. Not that we necessarily agree with it, but the path that you're proposing, I'm not sure is legally correct. But that's for the lawyers to decide, not us.
So potentially, the thought process on both ESDs, even though we're keeping this germane to the fifth, ESD 5, that in order to make up the cost variance that Pearland residents are paying to provide these services, we may not be able to increase that rate in this contract, potentially. And I'm looking at...
So I don't think it has anything to do with the contract. I think it probably has to do with the ballot language that actually the voters in the district voted on and what it says. And if there would need to be any modifications to that and a second ballot initiative for the second ESD for EMS services.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
So we can work through that with the...
Councilmember Byron?
Yeah, if I can finish speaking to that, I don't, and I want to make sure that we're clear. I don't think anybody is saying that we are only going to have a one-year agreement. What we're saying is we don't want to enter into a 5-year agreement knowing all of this is out there. So we get a year from now and we're just now getting the information, then we can have the conversation. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong. We can have the conversation to say, okay, we'll go another year while we work out all this stuff now that we have the data. That's all we're saying, correct? Okay, just make sure we all understand that. So, yeah.
Clarification, are you therefore saying what happens after 1 year?
Well, this time next year, we have another discussion on whether we extend the contract or we have the data necessary to make the changes.
So would you give us notice of cancellation immediately? I don't understand your language.
Well, no, we're entering into a 1-year agreement.
With what kind of notice?
So currently, I don't mean it. Currently, based on a 5-year agreement, the people in the district would get a 12-month notice. With a 1-year, essentially, if we sign them up or agree to a 1-year term, then basically 2 months from now, we'd have to give them a notice to say that either cancel or not to proceed, if I'm hearing it correctly, based on the contract language.
This contract would only be good for 12 months. So
correct. So essentially, as soon as we sign it, if there's an intention to not move forward, they would be getting a notice basically within 2 to 3 months.
Well, this contract doesn't become effective until October 1st. So on October 1st, they will know they have a 1-year agreement. However, we also know that we will have that study done within a certain time period. We would expect around this time next year, maybe a month before this, we would be doing something similar with a new contract for 1 year as we work through whatever ballot language may be necessary. And then at that point, if they wanted our service and they did the ballot and it was passed, that they would have that coverage for that additional year, but that would be a vote that happens next year.
So let me just discuss this then. And just for the sake that you all are here, thank you for being here. We've already decided for ESD 4, and I think the variance is significantly large. So I think the consensus amongst, even though we're going to put a contract out, the consensus is pretty much to do something different with ESD 4. I think it's safe to assume that at this stage, even though we've not entered into a negotiation of contract. With this particular ESD 5, because we're having the dialogue and we understand there is an intent to still provide those services, I would ask council to reconsider and at least give 2 to 3 years within the contract so that they can at least give the people that they're notifying some intent to say, hey, things are changing, the cost may be going up, here's some opportunity for them to start the negotiations and discussions on their end, so that, and then we could get the study and we're better prepared to put something on the table that they're willing to look at and review.
And Mayor, I would,
Mayor, just from the preliminary numbers, it's 3.1 million for both ESDs. That's that our taxpayers are paying.
So
that we're the cost that we're absorbing.
Hold on one second. So Joel, I thought for ESD 5 it was 1.3.
That's correct.
So ESD 5 is 1.3.
That, you
Current
said
cost
it's
is
24% cost recovery.
That was for ESD 4
Okay,
and it was
gotcha.
26%.
Yeah,
Okay.
between the two, it's 3.6 million delta.
3.6 million. Oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Yeah.
So if and you said it's going to take a year to get the study done. Why is it going to take that long? Trent, I'm talking to you.
So we've got to go through the RFP process, get that awarded. That'll be 2 to 3 months at best. And then the time it'll take for them to, the study's not just looking at this issue. We're looking at kind of holistically our standards of coverage. We want to make sure it's set up, primarily to serve the residents and the citizens within our city limits. As this is a contracted service, doesn't mean it will always provide that. So we want to have kind of our core services set up and the best way to serve what is within our city limits. And then part of that will also look at then, of course, these costs and where the shortfalls are. So, there's a possibility we could accelerate that piece of it, but we're going to have most of that time to let them crunch through the data. And then, of course, once we know what the numbers are, we're still going to have to go through the process with, talking to the ESDs, allowing them the time to go through the process. I believe they've got to go through the county to even petition to have these things on the ballot. So there's a process there that's going to take some time as well. So we'll move it as quickly as we can, but it takes time.
There's no chance it'll be done by October 1st.
Of this year?
Yes.
next year.
Next year?
Next year. Well,
Well,
I think we'll have I think we can have our study and have the information at that point, but does that allow them enough time to go through the process to get on a ballot? Next fall? Probably not. Maybe by the following spring.
to the mayor's point about adding some time on here, more than a year, 18 months would be as much as.
to me, at a year, we just look up, and if we're not there, we can extend it. I'm not sitting here saying play hardball and say no way, but at the end of the day, if we set it at a year and we need to renew it a year, it gets us there. It gives us the flexibility, because if we commit to that, we're committing to $2.6 million.
We know a year's not long enough.
No, I understand that, but for a 2-year deal, we know we're committing right now to $2.6 million. So
maybe 18 months.
So, well, no, but at 1 year, we just look up, and if we're not there yet, then we go one more.
So I think when you say committing to 2.6, there was still conversations about being able to raise it. So that variance.
Well, right. But where we're at today, right now, is 1.3 million roughly in that district.
Councilman Patel, sorry.
Yeah, and look, if I was in their shoes, I would want some reassurance. I would. And we're certainly not, I'm not trying not to give it to you. I think you raised a very fair question.
We really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I think that question was missed by us because we are not in your shoes.
I would like to say that the first time to get this done took nearly 2 years.
Sir, what was your name? State your name.
Oh, pardon. It's Brian Reagan.
Thank you.
I'm the treasurer for the ESD number 5.
Sir, will you say what you said again, please?
I said when we first started this process to get the ESD created, get it validated, and get the residents to vote for it, and then come up with a contract, it took about 2 years. Would you agree to that, Joel?
Maybe about a year and a half.
Okay, year and a half. I'm fine with that too.
So
and also this one, with all due respect, this 1.3, without the study, we're not sure that that's
Debating the validity, sir?
We feel
So here's what I'm going to give you a proposal. And Lawrence, you're legal, so you figure this out. What I would tell you is we want to do a 12-month, but how about it automatically renews each month for 12 months forward? Does that make sense? So
Excuse me for a second.
One second, state your name,
We
sir.
have a real issue here, I believe. It's open meeting. There's three of us. We have the same legal rules and binding as.
They can't agree to anything.
We can't
They're just providing
agree
input.
to anything. We're on very dangerous grounds, even
So
almost negotiating, which we can't.
sure, okay, so let's not negotiate. I apologize. Lawrence, is there a way to automatically renew each month a contract for 12 months forward until notice of termination is given? Can you put it in a contract where you say, hey, every month it just renews for 12 months forward until the day we give a notice? So in November 1st, we give it, then, hey, you got 12 months. We're telling you 12 months in advance.
Yes, sir. We could rewrite it so that it is a one-year contract with monthly
renew.
automatic renewals. I don't know. That could be written, no doubt about that. I don't know what the triggers are to stop that, which would get me to where y'all would want to be, which is something that forces y'all to make a decision or forces somebody else to make a decision. Like if it's on auto renewals, you normally would have a term that auto.
Put a 3-year term on it.
Well, why not just,
The
Councilmember
12
Patel, with all due respect,
notice for
why not just allow them
cancellation?
3 years? Because we still can cancel it at any time.
You can only cancel at 12 months notice.
So
That 12-month notice provision could also be changed, but I think that's where the reassurance comes. I think if you're from the ESD's perspective, you need time to do something different if we can't come to an agreement. And that's why they want the 12-month notice to do something different, which is why originally I suggested a 2-year contract, the first year being certain, the second one being optional. The optional one can come back to City Council if that's how y'all want it to read.
So what you're saying is if we shoot this one down tonight, you could bring back at the next meeting that type of contract?
I'm saying that we can agree to that term tonight, and then that's what will go out. So it would be a 1-year contract with a 1-year optional renewal, and that optional renewal will have to come to City Council instead of being automatic.
Okay, so you're saying withdraw my motion, put another motion with 1 year with optional on either side, them or us.
Yes, sir.
And
it's not an automatic renewal, it's an
Correct, it's an
optional
optional.
renewal
Yeah, so
that
we
has to
have to
come back
approve
to
it.
City Council for
Yes.
approval.
Yeah, okay, all right.
May I ask a question?
Well, state your name one more time, sir.
David Haynes,
Okay.
Commissioner. If I understand your language properly, you're saying you're going to have a 1-year contract with a 1-year renewal. At the end of the first contract, 12 months, you could say we're not contracting any further, and we would have no notice, and we would have no options as to what our alternatives would be under the language I hear being proposed.
Which is why I proposed.
Yes, sir, because I've only talked about the renewal period. I've not talked about the notice provision.
Okay.
And I don't know what that would be yet.
So that sounded like a negotiation to me with 3 of them in the room. I think we need to watch that out.
Yes, sir. Well, that's their issue.
I understand that.
But
I mean,
absolutely.
if there's 3 of them in the room and they're
I don't know how big their board is and what their quorum are, but they're
but
aware
they
of their
may-
procedures.
They made a comment that they're worried about it, so.
Yes, sir.
We need to be careful about it as well.
Yes, sir.
Any other, Councilmember Byron?
Yeah, I understand where you guys are coming from. I do. I think we're overcomplicating it. Nobody is, at least I'm not hearing anyone saying that the intent of the city of Pearland is to not provide emergency services to this area.
At least for 12 months.
The intent, period. The intent for the city of Pearland, for City of Pearland's City Council, is to ensure that, as best we can, the cost associated that our taxpayers are paying to do this is recovered as much as possible. And I think if we keep what the original motion was, 1 year, we reevaluate this in a year, for lack of better words, it provides pressure on all of us to resolve this. And if we get down to 10 months from now, and I mean, state it now so you can bring it back up if you guys want to in August of next year, or I'll play the tape of what you said. If we get down to August of next year and we don't have this resolved, then we extend the contract for a year, period, while we resolve it. But we got to put a time frame on this, or it's just going to become, okay, well, we still don't have this thing, so now we need to kick it even further. And we've got this thing, and now we need to extend it even further. It just creates guardrails to the process that requires us all to figure this out. That's what I like about it.
So I understood, and I hear your concerns. I think the concern really is 1 year adequate enough to determine that feasibility? I think that's really what the question was. Is 1 year adequate enough for us to understand the cost? And then the people who we're to negotiate the contract with, for them to go back and get the necessary approvals, information to residents, contract, legal review, and then potentially, I guess, go to the county as well. Can they do all of those things in a 12-month period? That's really the question.
I don't think we're asking to do all those things in a 12-month
We're not.
period. I think we're asking ourselves to have an answer on how we want to move forward in a 12-month period. And at the end of that 12-month period, then we can enter into another 12-month period while they're doing all of those things and figuring all that out. We've got to have some timelines in here, in my opinion. And I understand this. The challenge comes in with ETJs and city council and people that are in the city limits, people that aren't in the city limits, and we as representatives of the city of Pearland have to represent the city of Pearland taxpayer. So we're spending the city of Pearland taxpayer dollars with everything we allocate in them. So that's what we're trying to figure out, is how are we allocating those dollars appropriately. So again, I think it's just reasonable guardrails through the overall process. I think we all understand that figuring this out is going to take probably 2 years, total, at least. By the time it's next year, is going to be studies, then there's going to be another year figuring out what you guys are willing to do, what we're willing to do. We all understand that that's the process. I just think it's good that we put some markers in here so that we revisit it with intentionality.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Again, David Haynes, again, point of clarification, under what you're proposing, at the end of 1 year, if we do not reach agreement, would you cancel at that
He's
point?
asking. He's
Or would you
asking.
give a 1 year notice so that we can look at alternatives, if we're forced to look at alternatives in a reasonable time frame for our citizens?
I just
Okay,
want to make
here-
sure that it wasn't a negotiation, that the question was, if we do a 1 year, will that give you adequate time to go back to residents? I think that's a question, not a negotiation, so go ahead.
Agreed. I'm one of 7 votes, but what I can tell you is at the end of the year, I'm not going to vote to leave the ESD with no emergency services. Period. Now, how we figure out what we need to do moving forward into the future to ensure costs are covered, we're going to have that conversation.
Well, I think we obviously need a formal legal opinion on several things, but we would like to see what you're proposing in a contract.
Lawrence, don't we have to give a 12-month notice?
No, ma'am. The 12-month notice is what's in the contract that is expiring.
Gotcha.
So
Let me ask you one more thing. Right now, the 10 cents is for,
I forget if it's for fire or ESD.
it's for
I believe
fire,
it's for-
emergency, fire and EMS together.
I don't recall what was on the ballot that went out in their district. So it was combined, but I don't know what the actual ballot language, which section it referred to.
But, so, he indicated that legally it would be difficult to,
I don't know if
doesn't
it
know.
would be
He said
difficult or
potentially. He
not.
doesn't
That
know.
would be something that the ESD's attorney would have to review to figure
That's
out the
not
path
on you.
forward. Correct.
gotcha, thank you.
it was just concern provided that there's some additional,
I just wanted to know.
absolutely. So there's a motion on the floor for
So-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, did you want us to bring this one back next month and just have that conversation? Like, I'll reach out to the ESD's attorney, or
That's
somebody from the city could reach out
That's
to the
what I
other
was wanting
folks.
to say.
You're withdrawing
Is
your
it-
motion?
Well, what I was saying is, if we want to postpone, if we want to vote this down and bring something back at our next meeting.
I think that's probably what we need to do. That way they're not having, we can negotiate with their attorney and on the language. And the intent of council is to keep this thing as short as possible. I think their intent is to make sure they've got coverage going forward and that there's some notice there. So that might have to be longer than 1 year, but I think we can find a place to
Do you
go
want
with that.
postponement until our next meeting? Is that what you want?
I would think postponement to the next meeting, and then I don't know if we want to reconsider the last item so that we could do the same there as well.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, if we're saying to the next meeting, that would be the 24th.
Yeah,
I don't
we
know
may
if
need-
that's sufficient time.
Well,
we may need
I would say the first meeting in
October?
September.
I mean September, excuse me. Yeah, because October, that was when it's up. Yeah. Okay. So then I'll withdraw my motion. We'll set it to postpone to the first. I make a motion to postpone till the first meeting in September. So
Second.
A motion to postpone by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Patel. Fernandez, sorry. I apologize. Discussion? Madam Secretary?
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla. Aye. Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Fernandez.
Aye.
Aye.
Member Patel. The motion passes 6-0.
Was there a desire amongst council to reconsider ESD 4 on the prior item to do the same thing? Or did you want to just keep it at the 1 year for that one?
That's what I was actually fixing to ask for a point of privilege, because I would rather do both the same, keep everything the same.
I agree.
I don't want to.
We would need if that's the case, we would need a motion to
So-
reconsider?
I would motion to, can you scroll that down so I can see it, Josh? Sorry.
Motion to reconsider.
Item number 4. E.
Well, it's item F, resolution number R2026-140. So moved.
Second.
Motion to reconsider made by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Cade. That's motion to reconsider item number F. Yes.
First, it's a vote on whether we reconsider, and then it's a vote then it's a motion and a
And we'll
second to
post.
postpone.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Madam Secretary?
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla. Aye. Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Fernandez.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
I believe there's a
So
discussion.
now I'll make a motion to postpone this item to our first meeting in September. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Byram, to postpone item F to September?
First meeting.
First meeting in September. Any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla. Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Fernandez.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Patel, would you present item I, please?
Absolutely, Mayor. Considering possible action, resolution number R2026-132. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Patel, second by Councilmember Fernandez. Mr. Epperson?
If we just do I or H? We're supposed to do H. Okay, I was confused too. Usually pull 90%.
I was prepared to cover all of them. All right. So this item is ratification of expenditures on our preventative maintenance and repair services contract for our generators. This contract was up earlier this year. As we went through the solicitation process and looked at different co-ops, we made a decision to actually bid out those services. And so as we went through that process, we had to add some additional cost to this existing contract. So this item ratifies that. And then your next item is actually the new contract. So we recommend approval of this in the amount of just under $66,000 with ARCO Company Services.
Councilmember Patel, do you have any questions?
Yep. So is anybody from ARCO here? Okay, they don't want the money then. Can you tell me why we went up? I mean, I read that thing. I guess this was emergency services, but
So the contract was originally up earlier in the year.
okay.
So as we were going through the solicitation process, we had to keep somebody on board to continue to do the preventative maintenance as well as any repairs. And so while this is the additional expenditures to get through that time frame until we got to tonight to award this new contract to a new vendor.
Okay, so the contract total now is 308, correct?
Correct. So
that's for 12 months?
It actually extended from, instead of just 12 months, it extended another 8 months.
Another 6 months, yes, sir.
Okay, so additional 6 months was only $66,000?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm assuming that's just maintenance, no emergency work?
More so the reverse, sir, making sure that we had somebody on retainer for emergency services and then some slight maintenance in between. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess, Mary, you want to talk? Okay, yeah, we'll talk about the other one later. All right, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this? No. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Kosa?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Fernandez, would you present item J, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R2026-70. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Fernandez, second by Councilmember Cade. Mr. Epperson, would you provide some context, please?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the new quarterly maintenance, preventative maintenance contract for our generators. So it includes load bank testing twice per year, 2 additional visual inspections, oil changes, belt replacements, coolant changes, all the things required to keep these things operational and ready for when we do have power outages. It covers 62 emergency generators, and it is a new bid and a recommend award to MNI Diesel and the estimated amount of $244,502.85. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Patel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is MNI Diesel here? Okay. Would you go to the podium? Thank you, sir. When I was reading this, okay, so on call, I guess the PM was $128,000. That was the, I guess, fixed price for the year, and we've estimated $116,000 for emergency calls, right? And that number could be significantly higher or lower, assuming hurricanes or whatnot. I guess, I know you guys did a reference check. The difference between this vendor and the next seemed a large gap. And I was just really confused because I think you had significant bidders on this project, but the gap from, and if my memory serves me correctly, one bid like $2 million, and then you had these guys at 244 something. So, and it was the same scope. So I got a little worried that the gap and the next highest bidder above this was still much higher. So you want to explain like how did they come up, or are we going to get hit with a bunch of change orders down the line?
No, sir, Member Patel. We don't believe that will be the case moving forward. Their reference checks did prove up well, and they were fairly close. ARCO, the next lowest bidder, was the incumbent, if I'm not mistaken, and so they were fairly close in alignment. And we anticipate that this contractor is going to be able to fulfill their obligations as we've signed up for.
Okay, and I guess if I read this correctly, we have some generators from like 1987. I'm assuming you have done some, I guess, analysis of all the equipment we have. And one of my fears is that they're so old, do we even have parts, or are these, when the emergency comes, are these obsolete?
Good evening. My name is Harry Lartick Jr. I'm the COO at MNI Diesel. So to answer your question, yeah, in a lot of municipalities, hospitals, wherever there is a lot of older pieces of equipment where in some cases, some parts could be an issue based on vintage. One of the benefits in the portable world is that if that generator is you can't bring it online soon enough, you can bring a portable generator, rental generator in place and tie it into the building or whatever it may be and have adequate support. So in situations like that where there may be a part that may be long lead time or not available, there are other sources to support that and get it fixed or repaired, or rental units could be go in place and take that duty.
Well, that goes to my budget then. I mean, if I go get a portable generator, I'm pretty sure during a hurricane, that'll go my any kind of, budget I have. But and again, I'm assuming you guys have been in business long enough that your personnel will be able to fix these old generators. That was my biggest fear when I was reading this, because I was just kind of looking at all the different generators we have, and I learned about diesel polishing and all this stuff. And it's like, I guess, what is your, again, 3:00, we went through budget process, but, we talk about a lot of things about capital replacement, but when you listen to a 40-year generator with diesel, I don't know much about generators, but I guess natural gas is the new way to go. I mean, what's your opinion on all this equipment that we have there outdated?
Well, first off, you guys are doing the correct thing by actually having a maintenance plan and doing a quarterly inspection. So the intent would be to capture any of those problems on the proactive side versus the reactive side. So even if it's an older unit, the intent would be to test, inspect, and verify as much as possible to ensure that when it is called to go online, it is operational. Now, anything can happen with a new unit or old unit, but what you guys do on a quarterly inspection, as you do with the annuals and load bank testing and simulating the load that's it's called for, we are doing everything we possibly can to ensure that when it does come online, it does not fail.
Okay. The only thing I was more worried about, I guess I know the lock price or fixed cost is $128. I'm really worried about the on-call emergency calls, because in year 3, your labor rate jumped up 20%. And it was like shocking. The first 2 years, you guys were pretty reasonable. The third year, boom, it goes up 20% for emergency calls or standard rates. And it's like, why?
Well, the first year and the second year is a discounted rate. So because of labor rates, cost of having personnel on payroll, to have qualified technicians, you have to pay a fair wage. So you're actually getting a discount on the front end and getting more to what the market rate would be on the back end.
This is a 3-year agreement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Patel, just to kind of go through some of the history, after Winter Storm Uri, we did a full evaluation of all of our gen sets and our maintenance program, and that evaluation identified several generators that either needed to be replaced or did not provide full capacity for whatever facility they served, and we've addressed the bulk of those. I think the couple of the oldest ones you see on the list there, one's at Fire Admin, which it doesn't power much of that building, and we don't typically operate or do not operate out of that building in extended emergencies, so we have not looked to upgrade that. And then I think the other one's on one of our oldest wastewater plants that we've got a short-term plan within the next about 5+ years to decommission as well. So I think based on that study and that those are those oldest ones, I think for the most part we're based on the last time we evaluated this and all the load bank testing since then, we're in pretty good shape.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Koza?
Thank you, Mayor. Member Patel, just to kind of fill you in a little bit, what Mr. Latridge said is the right way to do it. First year or two, we had some major issues with some of these. Some of them had problems that, kind of like David said, the way we ran our water department is run it till it breaks. It was kind of the MO for what we were doing. And having this type of contract, as long as you service and maintain these, they can last a long time. So it's one of those deals, we're doing the right thing, and we'll get the longevity as long as we're looking at it and taking care of it. So one, I applaud Eric for doing this, and also Mr. Latridge here and his company. I know someone that's dealt with him personally, and he gave me a very high mark for M&I.
Seeing no further comment or discussion, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Kay, would you present item K, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2026-127, so moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Kay, second by Councilmember Koza. Councilmember Patel, have any comments or questions on this one?
Yeah, and so I'll bring this back. Thank you, Mayor. This is the water line. I know on Makawa, we talked about it. Couple of things, if you can pull up the details on this. One, the contingency was above 20%, which was shocking to me. And two, if there is an opportunity to kind of take this cost and plug it into the EDC, absolutely, I think this project makes sense. Of $4 million, yeah, the contingency just blew me away, and that's what grabbed me. On a $4 million, we got $1 million of contingency. That's almost 24%. So one, I want an explanation why the contingency was so high. And two, is there an opportunity for this project to be plugged into the EDC funds and have the EDC pick this up and get it off the general fund?
So we haven't done any engineering on this yet, so I'm assuming that's why the contingency's still high. And as soon as we go through engineering and get good cost estimates and any of the implications of the relocation of the line, then we can pare that down. As far as flipping this over to the EDC at this point, we have an allocated budget over there to pay for that. So it has been allocated through the CIP, through the enterprise fund. So I'm not sure how we do that without amending budgets at this point.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So you guys are putting in, are you plugging it in?
I think that kind of changed to where we're budgeting, where we're funding capital projects. We've got to have those conversations when we're going through the CIP budget and actually passing the budgets annually.
Well, I think I've been saying it for a long time, plug stuff into EDC that justifies EDC and not the taxpayer's tax rate. But okay, so you want to have another conversation, we certainly can. But I think it's fair to say that projects like these should not be on the tax roll. We have an EDC that can justify something like this. Makawa is a business road. Multiple businesses are going to be served on this, and this cost should have been on their projects. But I understand what you're saying.
Any further? Councilmember Byram?
Just out of curiosity on how it works, I know there's significant legal requirements and restrictions on certain funds and EDC funds, but can it be looked at in next year's budget? Is it legally possible for the EDC to reimburse us for this if we look at it down the road and say, yeah, this is an EDC justifiable project? Is that something we can look at? I understand what you're saying where we're at with budget now, that we can't really mess with it, but is that something that's a possibility?
I'm trying to think. So this one's just for the engineering work. So if after the engineering comes in, if you wanted the EDC, and if the EDC board was able to approve that as a project to do the big project, the bulk of it, that would be one thing. But are you asking to have the EDC retroactively reimburse the city for the $375,000?
I guess
engineering.
If we approve the contract for the 375, if I'm following what you're saying, if we approve this for now, so we can start the design phase when we get into the actual construction cost, theoretically that could be rolled back into the total cost if we're asking the EDC to foot the bill for this project.
We would absolutely be able to have that conversation. Yes, sir.
That was my question. Can we?
Yes, sir.
Does that help a little bit? Rushi?
Yeah, thank you.
Member Patel.
No, sorry. That's my point. I think we need to, and I appreciate you kind of, thinking outside the box. I think, look, there's obviously, $400,000 budgeted for engineering. Fine. The city will have to eat it in their CIP. But you're talking about remaining $3.5 million that if we can move it off our books and put it on the EDC and use sales tax dollars, hey, let's move everything we can legally off our books to help our tax rate. And that's my point. So, again, who's the engineering firm on this? I had it down here.
Koo and Associates.
Yeah, are they here today? Oh, awesome. Thank you. You have 400,000 reasons to be here. But that's what my direction to staff is: start looking at every project that we can pass off and go to EDC now. I think we talk about giving taxpayers a break. These are the ways we're going to find every dollar we can to stretch our tax dollars. Thank you.
So I would just say we need to do that through the budget process and make sure we've got the consensus of council to do that on each of the projects that's being proposed.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, certainly, if you want a consensus today, I'm happy to ask my members who are willing to consider this project being moved to EDC.
I would give consensus on that.
I would caution, because what we're doing is making decisions in a silo without properly understanding the context of all the strategic priority and capital projects that we need to look at, because perhaps another project would be sufficient to move off and make that decision without moving forward. So I understand that there is some consensus to move and to not burden the taxpayers. I just would caution us making decisions at this point without having a robust conversation to move forward. That's all.
Yeah, and I don't know if we need to do project by project or we just need to give general consensus. And happy to do either one, Mayor. But I think we need to kind of think outside the box and look at every dollar we can to stretch out and say, hey, we have an EDC that's well funded, that has the capacity to bond. Huge bonding can be issued in all these projects that are justified or business related. I'm not talking about residential projects. We're talking about lift stations down the road. Not talking about that. That's in the residential area. We can't touch that, from my understanding, on the EDC. But these are projects on Makawa that are very justifiable to say these are construction projects that are related to businesses. We just approved an extension for Solvent Chemical to say, hey, it's a business on Makawa. So I think either way, I just would like to hear rest of council's opinion on this. Thank you.
Councilor Barr.
If I may, yeah, trying to kind of stay consistent. We're on item K. I think the consensus we would look for this item would be to approve the 375 engineering and give direction that we would look at the overall project and see if that could go to the EDC as far as funding is concerned, and have the larger conversation about overall projects with our strategic priorities conversation in February.
I think that's an appropriate way to approach it. That way we've got clear direction like we got previously through the resolution that said we were going to spend 20% of EDC funds on infrastructure projects, and then we can work that into the budgeting process instead of trying to do it as we're awarding engineering contracts.
I'm just a little concerned that we're starting to get outside the scope of our agenda item.
Yes, sir.
Right, and so we start getting into TOMA issues there. So that would be my direction, that we move forward with this 375 with direction from council. Obviously, other members can weigh in, but with direction to look at this particular project, see if that would be appropriate under EDC dollars before we move forward.
I would encourage us to look at any alternative funding sources and not limit that to EDC. The issue being this is water transite pipe replacement. Maybe you can get an interest-free loan from the Texas Water Development Board. If that program is in existence in a year from now, doing the same thing they're doing for the grant we just applied for, So don't limit ourselves in our alternatives, especially if interest-free ends up costing us less than whatever bond or whatever other
Fair
programs
enough.
are out there.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Seeing none.
Do y'all need to get consensus? Because I think you've got Member Patel and I agreeing on that, but
I think there's the consensus to move forward awarding this contract tonight, and then when the actual project comes forward, we need to have that holistic review.
Thank you for that. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavia?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Byram, would you present item L?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, consideration and possible action, resolution number R2026-128. So move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Byram, second by Councilmember Cade. Mr. Epperson?
This is
What's the
an
context?
engineering design contract associated with the rehabilitation of the Wood Thrush Regional Lift Station project. This includes a rehab, increased pumping capacity, and adding a generator to the Wood Thrush Lift Station. So this is the design work. The recommendation is to move forward with LJA Engineering in the amount of $279,855.
Thank you. Councilmember Patel.
Thank you. Can you pull up the cost breakdown of this project? Yeah, the same thing here, Trent. I mean, I don't know where you guys are getting contingency numbers and you guys are just plugging them in. It was just a sore thumb. Again, it's over 20%. And so, and I'll go through the other other two that you have. When I looked at contingency on the other ones, you will see also. So again, I'm trying to get an understanding of how you guys are coming up with contingency numbers if there's not a design, or I mean, is this just
So
you guys have a
So this is at 20%. If we haven't done any preliminary engineering work, that's typically where we'll have contingency until we get through that preliminary engineering work and the engineering design work. And then we'll start to ratchet that down as we move towards construction.
okay? So you guys are just plugging in 20% for every project as contingency.
Not every project. If we've done preliminary engineering, we'll usually have that as a smaller contingency. But when we haven't done any of the work to really analyze those costs, we're going with our best estimates on the cost based on the size of lift station without really any detailed work on what is needed or what it's going to take to actually do the construction.
Okay.
20% is typical on that.
Okay.
Very standard.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councilmember Byram?
Yeah, I guess this is more of a question across LM and N, so it's just a general question. I know we've already rehabbed JHEC. We're building Berry Rose. We've got 3 more. I know those are plants, but we've got 3 lift stations on here. How close are we to having basically rehabbed our whole wastewater infrastructure?
So the plants, we've obviously done all the plants, but the Southdown plant, which there's a longer term plan to redirect those flows, as we saw at the last budget meeting, over to Reflection Bay. But we do have 72 lift stations. And if you're looking at a rehab cycle somewhere around 15 to 20 years, then we're doing several lift stations every year. So we'll see a number of lift stations every year forever, as long as we're operating a system.
And that helps answer my question. So
Yes,
we're going to have 3 to 5 lift stations annually.
Yeah, probably five plus annually as we catch up. Yes, sir.
And sorry, Trent. Several, I guess, months back, we talked about how do you guys pick these engineering firms? I guess you guys do a qualifications or something like that.
We go through a qualification-based selection process. So engineering firms submit their qualifications. Those are reviewed, and based on their expertise and the qualifications they submit, then we select the best firms for each individual project. And then that qualification-based selection process that is based in state law. At that point, once you've selected the most qualified firm, is the way it's termed in the statutes, then you negotiate the engineering contract. So, we utilize basically, there's standard cost curves. There's all of our past contracts. So, we're very, well suited to be able to negotiate these consistently over all the different contracts we work on.
And I think when we had the previous mayor, one of the conversations we had was you guys did a scoring, and you guys were going to include your scoring and I guess whoever else submitted the bid into our packages, and I didn't see anything of how many people actually bidded on this project for engineering services. I thought we had discussed you guys were going to give us more information than less, and just reminding you, we didn't see that.
I don't recall that we had that conversation because we do a large solicitation for qualifications on a periodic basis. On occasion, depending on the project and if it's got federal funds and there's other requirements, we'll do a specific RFQ for a specific project. But we do more of a general RFQ and have a stable of engineering firms that are qualified that we then negotiate contracts with.
So if we wanted to know which other firms bid on the job on Project L.
There's no bids on these jobs.
But not bids, I guess. Who gave you proposals?
I mean, we could give you the whole list of everybody that gave us qualifications last time we solicited those. It'd be 50 plus firms. And yeah.
So we don't have a way of knowing, I guess if a public wanted to know, hey, how did you pick LJA? Because LJA is on number L and N. What would your answer be? How can they get that information? Like, how did LJA get picked?
So we would share probably the solicitation that went out for that RFQ. That went out, I think, in January of 2025. And a number of firms selected. So we broke our solicitation down into categories. So you had water, wastewater, traffic, a bunch of different categories. And I can tell you, we probably had, if I'm remembering right, over 200 responses across all of the different categories. So some of the firms were shortlisted on within multiple categories. If you got shortlisted in this one, that didn't preclude you or prohibit you from being shortlisted on the other one because it's qualifications based, right? And so there's a potential that you could get traffic and drainage and water. You could be shortlisted for each one of those categories. And so if you guys wanted that information, we could probably get that back to you, share the solicitation, and see if there's a way to get you the solicitation responses back.
And somebody was just asking that it seems like we go to the same firms over and over and over.
I think we probably use as wide a variety of engineering firms as anybody that does the amount of work we do. We use lots of different firms.
Okay. I guess I was just trying to understand, like, hey, how can I prove to them like there is a fair process? But
sure. And I think, what you would see is what LJA Engineering submitted. They've got experience with lift stations and rehabilitation of lift stations. So we tie those qualifications to the types of jobs.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote, please?
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you present item M, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R2026-118. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria, second by Councilmember Byram. Mr. Epperson, would you provide some context?
Yes, sir. So this is another professional services contract for engineering design services for rehabilitation of 2 additional lift stations. So these are smaller lift stations, the Sunset Meadows lift station, as well as the Oak Brook Estates lift stations. Similar process to determine who the engineer is for this. Different engineer than the last one, and a lot of times that's based on the capacity of the engineering firm. If they've got multiple jobs, or we've got them working on one project, we want someone else that has the capacity to make sure they can meet our timelines on another project, as well as have the qualifications to do the work. So with this one, we're recommending award to H.W. Lochner, and the amount is $283,906.
Councilmember Patel?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you pull up the cost breakdown here? So when I look at this too, so again, the contingency is so far apart, didn't make any sense to me. You put $40,000 on the Oak Brook and 428,000 on the other one. So I'm just trying to understand what happened.
So, excuse me. So for Oak Brook, we probably felt like we were relatively close on cost for that particular project versus the Sunset Meadows. There are probably some more unknowns that we just wanted to make sure we were covering for.
I mean, you don't have engineering, but you guys feel $40,000 contingency is, you were able to guess that. But on the previous one, you're still doing the same thing with engineering, but you guys think you need $428,000. That doesn't make sense because the cost difference is only $500,000, right, between the two? But you're putting in 428 in contingency and only 40,000 on this one. So, I mean, doesn't make sense, but sure, if you guys say you guys feel comfortable, I'll take your answer, but it doesn't make sense.
Would you like to provide some context? Or additional context? No? Councilman Koza? Oh, there was a dialogue between staff, and so I wasn't sure if there was additional context from staff for this particular item. Yeah, that's what I didn't know. So he said no additional context?
No, sir.
All right. Any questions? Councilmember Cade?
No, I'm also curious, the amount requested, I understand that the two amounts requested add up to the total amount requested, but where do the individual amounts come from?
That's the amount of work for each of the lift station rehabilitation. So the solicitation total amount to do the work is what you're approving. It was broken down because these are two different project numbers and we account for them separately.
So nothing on here is mathematical. I'm not supposed to be adding or subtracting anything to get to those numbers? We're not showing our work.
Are you talking about the budget chart? So the budget chart just shows what's budgeted, the amount available. So that's what we've already approved and have available, not just budgeted. And then the amount requested is what you're actually approving tonight. And it's split between the two project numbers.
I don't feel like I'm making myself clear. Thank you.
For
Any other
Councilmember
takers
Byron?
in here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So looking at the top one, the 187,753 amount requested for that project is going to be coming out of the engineering line item in the budget, correct?
Correct.
Out of that 462.
Yes, sir.
The 196,153 is going to come out of that 300.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the combination of the 187,753 and the 196,153 is the 383,906.
Correct.
The 383,906 is coming out of a total 762,000.
Yes, sir.
Right? And those are both just design contracts.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And to provide a little bit more context on the discrepancy in the two items, the original contingency amount was much larger on the Oak Brook item. That was actually that number was actually 240, right? And so that's the purpose for the contingency is when we do have a shortfall in one of those items, we do go grab that money from the contingency and move it up. And so what you see displayed on the budget chart is we've taken 200,000 from that contingency item and moved it into the engineering line item.
How did you know that the cost is at 1.2 million? If engineering isn't done, how do we know that cost?
It's a cost estimate.
Yeah,
So,
it's
but
all a cost estimate based on previous projects, based on our own professional experience.
okay.
That's where those numbers come from.
So then, Sunset Meadow, we don't have, from our experience, what the cost would be that we had to put 428 in contingency? Like, that's a valid question, I would think.
Any other questions? Concerns? Okay. Any unreadiness? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria?
Aye.
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez,
Aye.
Member Patel,
No.
Member Koza.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-1.
Councilmember Koza, would you present item N, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R2026-130. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Cade. Mr. Everson, would you present?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is another professional services agreement, and this is associated with the several green tea lift stations. So there's 4 lift stations in green tea, and before we go through the process of rehabbing those lift stations, this contract will actually analyze those to see if there's any opportunity to eliminate any of the 4 and put them on a gravity line. So we talked earlier about we have 72 lift stations. If you go back about 20 years ago, we had, I think, over 90 lift stations, and we did many projects like this where we analyzed the ability to eliminate lift stations, put them on gravity lines, and therefore eliminating that longer-term maintenance and operational cost of lift stations. So this will look at that, and based on the results of that, we'll move forward with actual design work to accomplish whatever we find through this process. So LJ is the recommended firm in the amount of $133,727.
Thank you. Councilmember Patel.
Thank you, Mayor. Trent, this is only a study, correct? For whether we can go to gravity flow or something like that, if I remember correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Can you pull up the budget again here? So if there is not a gravity, I guess if the study comes back and says we need the lift stations there, I guess what's the construction for? I'm just trying to understand this $800,000 and $260 contingency fee.
So that would either be for the rehab or the work to convert to a gravity line. I don't know if are there multiple.
Correct. So this is actually the combination of 4 projects.
Okay.
And so this first phase, instead of doing 4 individual projects, was taking advantage of this one and then looking at all of them on a global scale. And so if this comes back and we wind up having the ability, if it's feasible to consolidate those lift stations, then you'll come back and you'll see another item in front of you that has, again, like the previous one, that has multiple budget charts in there. And we would use all of those to combine that into one big project.
So this budget chart that I'm seeing with $810,000 and $260, is that for all 4 of them? No.
That's just for one.
Just for one.
Correct.
Okay. But you're using the funding from that one to do a study for all 4.
Correct.
Got it. Makes sense. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Any unreadiness? Councilmember Koza.
Just out of curiosity, about how long would it be before we get results back?
This feasibility report showing for about 6 months.
6 months.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments or concerns? Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla,
Aye.
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez,
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
We're finally out of consent.
Before 8:30.
Would it be possible for a short recess, maybe 3 minutes? 3-minute recess. So I'll take a 3-minute recess. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. now bring this meeting back to order at 8:40 p.m. And at this particular time, I'll now open this public hearing on a request by Alan Mueller, applicant on behalf of Moorfield Third LLC for approval of a conditional use permit for an auto wash self-service use within the general business district and the general commercial district on approximately 1.528 acres of land to wit. And staff, is there a continued?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So this is a request for an approval for a conditional use permit for an auto wash self-service. Auto wash self-service is defined as either a drive-through car wash or physically washing the car with a wand-type apparatus. And the proposed development is 30 feet tall, 5,100 square feet of tunnel car wash facility with an office along with 19 vacuum station stalls and 2 non-vacuum stall spaces. And this case may have started to sound familiar to some, and that is for a good reason. As in March of 2025, the City Council approved a CUP for a auto wash self-service. And in March of 2026, the applicant came back to request an extension of the CUP that was approved in 2025, and the City Council denied the extension request. And on May 30th, the applicant reapplied with this CUP case number. Let's look at the surrounding area. On the right side of the screen is an aerial and zoning map. And so to the north is BDD4 drainage parcel. To the south across Broadway Street is a Whataburger and a Walmart. To the east is a multi-tenant shopping center. And to the west is a self-storage facility. The future land use map has this area designated as commercial center. And public notices were sent to property owners within 200 feet. 10 letters were sent, and a notification sign was placed on the property by the applicant. And as far as today goes, we have received no written comments or phone calls in support or in opposition to the request. On the screen is an aerial view of the parcel highlighted in yellow, along with a 1 mile radius buffer identifying that within 1 mile there are currently 2 car wash facilities. Within 2 miles, there are 4 car wash facilities, and within 3 miles, there are currently 8 car wash facilities. And that includes both self-service and full-service car washes. And so on the right side of the screen, you can see the proposed site plan along with the proposed landscape plan. And some changes that were made from the previous submittal was that the driveway access has been moved closer to the middle of the property, and the Bradford pear tree that was gifted to us by the governor will be preserved. In their previous submittal, that was a condition that staff placed on the request. Also, in addition, is a 5-foot retaining wall bordering the north portion of the car wash tunnel. And as far as an update goes, the applicant has obtained approval from TxDOT for the proposed driveway access, and the applicant has obtained BDD4 board approval. Looking at the review and criteria, the proposal meets the comprehensive land use plan, the thoroughfare plan, and the unified development code. And as far as utilities go, the property does have access to water. However, it does not have access currently to sewer. That is a work in progress. And so the conformity is a may. And so with that, staff does recommend approval of the requested conditional use permit for the proposed auto wash with the following conditions. 1, the applicant must obtain approval for the requested TIA worksheet by the City Engineering Department. And 2, the site shall be developed in substantial conformance with the site plan submitted with the application, subject to any modifications necessary to comply with applicable city codes, ordinances, and development standards identified during the permit review process. The Planning and Zoning Commission held their regular meeting on July 20th and voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the conditional use permit with staff conditions. And that concludes staff report. I'll pass it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I believe the applicant is here. Is there a presentation or? Okay, perfect. Just remember to state your name and then.
Sir.
Okay.
All right. We're going to just take a few minutes. Alan Mueller, 1408 Bent Lake Lane here in Pearland, representing Quick Quack this evening. So again, we know it's been a long afternoon, evening for you all, so we appreciate you being patient here a few more minutes and giving us an opportunity to present. We'll try to be quick, but we do want to be able to demonstrate that we've heard the concerns that have been expressed previously and be able to demonstrate that we've heard those and we have built those conditions into the CUP process. I think most of y'all are probably very familiar with the site by now, and I can just say, over the past 25 years, as I've watched development, grow up around this particular tract, this tract, as you know, was the yard art place for many years, and it's just kind of been passed by, and it's been boxed in by other development. So to the east is the Pearland Corners Retail Center. That's about 6.8 acres, I believe. And then, and when that was platted, cross access was not platted. So there is no access between this tract and the Pearland Corners. And then on the west side, we have the mini storage, which does not have the ability to, since that's secured perimeter, there's no opportunity to access into that. So it's kind of an isolated tract that's been boxed in. It's relatively small. Again, it's 1.5 acres in comparison to larger tracts around it. The Whataburger across the street is 1.7 acres, but it has access through the Walmart tract and multiple points of access. This tract, as I've said, is limited to just direct access off of Broadway. And so that's a key constraint. And then the gravity sewer has been well discussed. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And there's also floodplain on the tract. I am remiss, and if you'd allow me to go back, I have not introduced the entire team that's here. So just a couple of folks will speak when I'm completed, but just wanted to make sure you saw the whole team. So Lee Garrido is a representative of Quick Quack Group. Dave Murray is the property owner representative. We have two representatives from Lone Star Builders, the construction contractors, Brandon Dennison and Brian Romney. And then with Elevate Engineering, we have Stephen Lord, who's with Quick Quack, and they do the internal site engineering. And then with ALJ Lindsay, we have Jose Guerra, who is responsible for getting the site prepped. So we do have all these constraints on the site, and so we believe that a car wash is well suited to this type of a site because of the constraints that it has. First of all, it's a relatively small building footprint, so it can efficiently fit on a small site that we have, and we're able to do the floodplain mitigation that we need to do and still accommodate all of the uses that need to happen on the property. Key point we wanted to point out is that from a traffic generation perspective, if you look at the trip generation manual that is used for preparing TIAs, a car wash facility like this in the weekday peak hour is expected to generate 124 trips. If you took a comparably sized fast food restaurant, it would be 161 trips, so approximately 30% more traffic would be expected from a fast food restaurant, which would be other typical use that you might expect here. And because it is a lower traffic generating use, it fits in well here because we do not have that cross access that I've talked about. So it can be easily served by one driveway. And there are two driveways. We'll be closing one and just consolidating that into one driveway. I think in the past, y'all have discussed, visual and sound concerns that occur with car washes. And we think, this site also buffers that, but with the conditions that we've proposed, we'll be able to address all of that. So in voluntary conditions that are in the application, there's those 13 conditions that are listed. I won't reiterate every single one of those, plus the two additional ones that staff and P&Z recommended. Several of them are related to landscaping and screening, tree protection, the centralized vacuum system, which reduces noise, the building facade complying with the overlay ordinance,
and specifically the exit door does not face Broadway. So the entrance is on the north side, on the back side of the property. The exit door, the building has been configured so that as you exit the drive, you turn right out, and the door bay does not face Broadway, which was a key concern for the staff and the P&Z. Also, I think something that you're not going to get with just about any other use is that it's basically limited to daylight operating hours, with the lights automatically turning off at 10, so that from an intrusion on any neighbors that might be around across the creek in particular, this type of use is going to be largely limited to daylight hours, which would not be the case with many other types of businesses that might locate here. Continuing on, many of these are, with the conditions, many of these are related to concerns that have been previously expressed. And so what the applicant has voluntarily agreed that, within 2 months of the CUP approval, they would be ready to submit the site work as well as the building permit application. Probably will be sooner than that, but that's an outside window. There's also several requirements related to construction management in terms of silt fencing and property protection with fencing, street sweeping, and just making sure that everything is contained on the site. And finally, we all fully recognize that this CUP needs to be contingent on the approvals from the TxDOT Drainage District as well as the sanitary sewer system. So updates on that. As was noted, the TxDOT permit was approved on March 31st, so that is in place right now. Drainage District approval occurred on April 27th, so that is in place. The sanitary sewer plan has been worked out in principle, but it's just kind of a catch-22 in the city permitting system that the plans can't actually be submitted for review and approval until the CUP is approved. So it's just the way the electronic permitting system works. But they are ready to be submitted. I kind of went through the similar analysis with the 7 checkpoints. I went ahead and gave ourselves a yes on all of them. I think on the utilities, that's the last one that was, I guess, a maybe, but we know we have the solution that has, again, been agreed to in principle. It's just a matter of getting through the construction process, but we'll be happy to answer questions about that as we go further. So just to wrap up, we have 2 folks that are going to just speak a little bit, just to focus on a couple of the remaining topics. So Brandon Dennison with Lone Star Builders will be first, and then Mr. Garrido with Quick Quack will follow him, just to talk a little bit about the Quick Quack as a company and how Pearland fits into their business plan.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Brandon Dennison. Like Alan said, I'm with Lone Star Builders. We are the developer and general contractor for Quick Quack Car Wash in many regions, including the Houston region. And first of all, I just want to say that we've heard and understand the frustrations that have been expressed regarding the previous car wash that went up in Pearland on the other side of town. I understand your frustrations, and I want to apologize on behalf of Lone Star Builders for the problems that occurred on that project. And I just want to reiterate that we think that this site, because of the size and location, will be much easier to mitigate what happened on the other site. The access is a little bit easier. There's no median. The trucks can get in and out easily. There's plenty of room on site to stage our material. There won't be any issue with staging material on any adjacent properties. Additionally, with the conditions that we've proposed, we are confident that they will hold us accountable, that the conditions will hold us accountable to build this car wash in an effective manner and in a way that the city will see pleasing. Just to kind of touch on a couple of things or reiterate a couple of things that Alan mentioned, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our traffic a little bit. I know there's been some concerns about traffic. We do think a lot about traffic, and we make sure to design our sites to make sure that all of our traffic can be contained on site, that we don't have any cars stacking or backing up into the right-of-way. There are 24 stacking lanes at this car wash. which is more than adequate to cover any customer that will be on property at any time. And we're confident that the traffic will not back up onto Broadway Street. Additionally, the area does have a couple of car washes, like staff mentioned. I would say that there are really 2 car washes in that 2.5 mile area that we would compete with. The Ride Bright and the Texas Pride are the 2 car washes that are similar to the Quick Quack that we would compete with. The other car washes that are, the wand washes or the drive-in and the bay just kind of works around you aren't really our competitors. It's the express tunnel that we tend to compete with. And lastly, a car wash here, I know that there have been concerns, and again, I understand those concerns, and I think this is a great opportunity for the city council to have a little bit of control over what goes here, rather than having a permitted use go in where there wouldn't be that oversight or conditions that we will have. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We're here with our team to make sure that we can alleviate your concerns and make sure that we answer anything you need. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Lee Garrido. I'm the real estate manager for Quick Quack Car Wash, and the Houston MSA is my territory. I've been working on it for about 5 years, and Quick Quack is absolutely committed to being a part of this community, excuse me, specifically Pearland. We're very active in the communities that we're doing business in. It's only smart for us, but in other businesses as well, to participate and be active. It gives the company the sense of community that kind of drives the culture of Quick Quack. So there had been some questions earlier about why do we need so many car washes, and the membership model of late that the International Car Wash Association and Quick Quack actually of course agrees that the industry's completely changed, and the express model that we run, the car wash express model that we run is really membership driven. And the more locations that you're able to cluster together and to provide convenience, because the memberships do offer that the monthly membership price that you pay allows you the ability to use all Quick Quacks that nationwide. So that's what's driving our industry, and that's why there's so many car washes that you're seeing pop up. We want to be the leader in the Houston MSA. We want to be a member of the community of Pearland. And I think that there were some other comments made previously of why wasn't Quick Quack at the last the request for the renewal of the CUP. That was a big miss on Quick Quack's part. But we've been here since, and we're working with the ownership of the property, the developer of the property, to reinforce it. We are committed, and we hope that you look with favor on this approval tonight, and we'll continue to be an important part of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it for us. Thank you for indulging us with a little time, and we appreciate your attention, and we'll answer any questions when you're ready.
Before I turn it over to council, is anyone in the public audience that wants to speak on this issue? Seeing none, Councilmember Cade.
Thank you, Mayor. Katia, did you say there's no sewer to that property?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. And we do have our city engineer here if you had any follow-up questions to the work in progress.
I'm confused by that, actually. Raj?
Yes, ma'am. There is no sanitary sewer in front of the property, but there is sanitary sewer along Dixie Farm Road. and the consultants worked with us and submitted the sanitary sewer plan last year. It was reviewed and provided comments, but since then CUP was denied, so they stopped the work. So they have not resubmitted that to us yet. So they will have to do their pump station and run the first main along the 20-foot utility easement and drop it at next to Dixie Farm Road.
Okay, thank you.
And the project engineer is here as well if you have other specific questions for him.
I was just shocked that they weren't connected to the city sewer, as long as that property's.
Again, I think it's just kind of a matter of, like I said, things developed around it, and this was left over. And I guess originally it was probably on a septic tank way back when, and then at some point there was a small little grinder pump and a force main that was built, to serve it. So it's just kind of been passed over.
And I want to say, Alan Mueller, I'm a huge fan. Car washes, not a fan. So I'm going to be a no tonight. I'm sorry.
Any other? Councilmember Koza.
Thank you. So along the line of the sanitary sewer, how long will it take to get that resolved, Raj or Alan, or would you?
Maybe can I ask Jorge to come up and
That's
speak
fine.
to that?
Yeah, that's whoever, because I want to also get the staff side of it too.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Guerra. I'm with ALJ Lindsay. And as Raj mentioned, we've been coordinating with city engineering staff extensively on this sanitary sewer situation. As Alan mentioned, the property maybe had septic at one point, and then a small lift station was installed to service the existing building. And it connects to the sanitary sewer that's to the property to the east of us, adjacent to us, ultimately connecting to the city's public sanitary sewer at Dixie Farm. To answer your question, Councilmember Koza, because we've extensively coordinated this with Raj and his team, and we've addressed all the comments that he and his staff had last given us, we're ready to press send as soon as the CUP gets approved, and we expect approval on this resubmittal.
Okay. As far as if it was approved and you hit send, how long is it going to take to get the work done? Because some of this from the last time was having to go through the process, not getting it done in time, that type of stuff. So how long, or from your perspective, once you get the go-ahead, if you do, will it take?
Yes, sir. I'm going to let the construction team answer that. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's a great question. And along with Jorge's plans, we also have our plans ready to submit, both the civil and the building set. And it would be a matter of working through the remaining comments with the city staff. And then once we can get that building permit, we're ready to go as fast as we can. So it's a matter of working through the comments. I would hope we could get it done, in the next couple of months. It's hard to say with the comments exactly how long it would take, but as fast as we possibly can is the answer.
So what you're saying is the next couple of months for getting the plans approved to where you could actually get started on the construction aspect, correct?
That would be best case, yes.
Okay. And then once, if that was approved, the actual building itself, how long?
If you don't mind, I'd have Brian. He's our general manager of construction, and he handles all those timelines. He's very aware of the timelines right now. So if you don't mind, I'd have him just.
I'm trying to get kind of a timeline here.
Absolutely, not a problem.
Brian Romney, I'm general manager of construction at Lone Star. And to answer your question, council member, it will probably be in the 250-day range to build the building, 250, 260 days. This one is a little bit bigger than we normally build, just to accommodate all the things that have been asked of us. So I think that would be probably a pretty close timeline to once we break ground to construction complete, about 250 to 260 days.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just looking at rough timeline. I'm not looking for exacts. I just,
yes, sir.
Last time when it came in, there was it took do this. It took time to do this. So I'm just kind of looking to see where we're at. And then I don't know which one of you would be able to answer. On your first location on North Main, I basically got a weekly phone call for what y'all did or did not do, whichever way you want to look at it. Part of it was the mud on 35. Part of it was your delivery trucks were driving through Pearland Ace Hardware, and the gentleman there would call me saying that they continue to come down to Orange Street, drive through my parking lot to get to their location. As far as that goes, for that landowner and business owner, it was a sore spot in their week every week for however long it took y'all to do that. I understand a different location, you don't have a median, a hard area that you can't cross the street with. As far as that goes, I would kind of be looking for a contact number from either one of you so that if I ran into that same thing, if this passed, that we could get this resolved quickly. Because it was, like I said, it was an irritant to the business owner and landowner, as well as myself every week to get the same phone calls.
Yeah, we understand, and again, apologize for all of those mishaps. We feel we have a new team here in Houston that's been with us now for just over a year. I know we just finished that last one about a year ago. There was a lot of miscommunication. I myself have been here for just barely a year as well. So there's a lot of new management that'll take care of any of those concerns, and I'm happy to give my personal cell phone and take care of any concerns so we can not have any of the mishaps that happened on the last project on this one. But also, as you mentioned, this one has a lot easier access for us. It's a fence site. It'll be a much smoother ride, if you will, sir.
All right. And then in the presentation that Alan put up, it had street sweeping. Can anybody tell me, is it a daily thing, a weekly thing?
So that was one of the conditions from the city for us, and we're happy to accommodate whatever it takes. If it's a daily, we'll do it daily. I know there's going to be times where we're not in and out very often, but especially during construction before paving, we will make sure that road is kept swept and clean.
Okay. So then with that being said, Raj, in regards to the timeline, I guess Raj and Vance, since we kind of would be with both of you, of course, there are other departments too. But a couple of months for approvals, yay, nay?
Yeah, so looking at the permit originally, it was in pretty good shape. They were down to just engineering and a landscaping item.
Okay,
so I mean, yeah, I would say 1 or 2 submittals, so maybe 30 days or less, depending on their turnaround times.
Okay, Raj?
Yeah, that's what I expect because most of the comments were already addressed, and we just need to fine tune and check if there will be any construction issue because they have to do work in adjacent property too.
Okay, all right. Like I said, I just wanted to know that both sides kind of in agreement as far as that, and then as far as the street sweeping schedule, what Vance would you be looking at as far as, what type of requirements there?
So typically that's something that falls on the project. And so, the contractor is responsible for keeping the job clean and the erosion control and anything that gets into the street. Some projects don't need it at all. But the frequency is usually dictated by them or as staff sees an issue.
So as long as there's not concrete that they can drive on and be on the front end whenever they
yes, sir.
Get that in. Okay. And then y'all would monitor that through that phase of it?
Yes, sir. Both community development, engineering staff, public in general. Streets get dirty. We hear about it pretty quick.
Okay. Well, no, I know because I did. So it's one of those deals. It's something that if this does pass, that is something that does need to happen and does need to be taken care of. So that's all I'm trying to gather information and stress. So, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Byron?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say you guys did a good job calling Alan, and a good presentation, much better. You mentioned you have a new team, and I think that's very well reflected based on the 2 previous meetings we've had on this. Going back a little historically, we said back in, what was it, March of 25, that this was going to be a heavy lift to begin with. But it did pass, and it passed 4-3. And then it came back for an extension. And I remember the gentleman that was standing at the podium there originally, we brought up some of these issues with the other site, and the response we got was, well, I wasn't the contractor for that. So I don't really have anything to say about that. Now I'm hearing tonight, it is the same contractor for both sites, just I'm guessing different project manager maybe would have been a more accurate statement. So I was under the impression that 2 different contractors built for Quick Quack, and now it's seeming like it is the same contractor, but different team. I recognize that. At the request for extension for the CUP, I specifically asked, because the extension was all based on the sewer main, right? This whole situation surrounding the sewer main. And I specifically asked at that meeting, we said this was going to be a heavy lift to begin with. Why wasn't this brought up until a year later? And at that meeting, I was told, well, we didn't know about it. So we found it out, we ran into the problem, only to find out that we did know about it in July of 24, prior to the March of 25 meeting. So I point that out to say that whoever was doing this originally for you guys did not do you any favors. And I think you recognize that with the team that you've brought in here. And I think you have a much better presentation. That being said, I believe in the free market. I get there's 8 car washes within 2 miles of the site, and there's different kinds and things of that nature. So I hope the market will decide whether this is a good move for y'all or not. But I also believe in sticking to your word. And I've had several residents in the community ask me not to support this, and I told them that I wouldn't. So for that reason, I won't support it, because I told the community that I wouldn't. But I do think you have a much better presentation, a much better product that you're bringing forward than what you originally had. And so I just wanted to lay all that out for you guys.
Before I move left, Mayor Pro Tem?
And I have nothing to add.
Nothing to add, okay. I heard from Councilmember Cades. Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm big about first impressions, and first impressions off of your 35 was horrible. I agree with Member Koza that I too got several phone calls of just the workmanship that took place. Now we're here. And I believe I heard y'all say, and Alan, you may step up or somebody can step up, y'all have not done a traffic study. You're wanting to do that after.
One of the conditions of the, I'm Jorge Guerra again with ALJ Lindsay. One of the conditions of getting TxDOT approval was to present a TIA tech memo. So we do have that available. I believe we've presented that to city engineering staff. But we can always send it back over. So yes, a TIA tech memo was done.
Okay.
The city's TIA traffic checklist is just based on peak hour trip generation. That was submitted to both the city and to TxDOT, and it was determined by TxDOT that a TIA tech memo was warranted. So that's what was done.
Okay. I know that y'all mentioned that this is a completely new team. Is there anybody here that was part of the project on North Main? Or when y'all say it's a new team, we're talking everybody was new. Everyone here is new.
As far as I'm aware, none of us worked on that project.
Okay. So basically y'all gathered information from us, and then y'all are here today to try to obviously make it better for this particular project. Again, first impressions are very important to me, and I'm going to be a no, because I'm concerned, there's many concerns of mine based on what I saw on North Main on Highway 35, and so I will be a no. Thank you.
Councilmember Patel.
No comment, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Koza.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know if this is Vance or which area on the TIA tech memo. Do we have that?
So one of the conditions of the CUP is that the TIA worksheet be submitted, and I mean, they'll have to, if approved, they'll submit a new permit, and we will gather all that documentation again.
Okay, but I mean, did we get it the first time? Do you have it? I'm just.
We did submit the TIA worksheet, but we have not done the full TIA for the city. We've done the TxDOT TIA tech memo. We've done the city TIA worksheet. We have not done the city full TIA.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm hearing, I just want to make sure I gather all this information correct to provide that to you all in this hearing. There's precedent, I believe, that had been set that is preventing some of the council members from moving forward. I'm not sure how you overcome that. And then as far as I know, there's some outstanding issues with the sewer line as a risk. And then additional, it looks as if there's the traffic study. So I'm just trying to gather as much information as possible while we're in this hearing to make sure that we can move forward as best as possible. Any other concerns, questions, or hesitation before I close this hearing? At this particular time, if there be no one else to speak on the item, I will now close this public hearing. Moving on to the next item of business, Councilmember Koza, would you present new business item number 1?
Yes, Mayor. Let me flip the page here. Consideration possible action resolution number R2026-CUP 2026-0302. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Koza, second by Councilmember Cade. I don't know if there's any additional comments, but seeing no discussion items are going to move forward. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote, please? Sorry, did I miss something?
There's a question whether anybody wanted to include the 2 staff proposed conditions.
You want to amend it, including the staff recommendation conditions as outlined in the agenda.
You want to amend it?
You said something, nobody heard you.
She
It's
wants
very
to-
quiet.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and add to that, including the staff recommendations, conditions as outlined in the agenda.
I hear one motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Clint got the second.
So there's a motion on the floor to amend the resolution based on the staff recommended items. Is that what I hear? Recommended conditions as established. And that was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria, second by Councilmember Cade. Okay. Madam Secretary, we have a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
No.
Member Fernandez?
It's the amendment.
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-1.
Now, the resolution's on the floor for the amended
motion.
The amended motion. Madam Secretary, any discussion first? Any questions at all? Okay. Madam Secretary?
Member Koza?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria?
No.
Member Byram?
No.
Member Cade?
No.
Member Fernandez?
No.
Member Patel?
Nay.
The motion fails 0-6.
Right. Let's see. Councilmember Byram, would you present, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize. Mayor Pro Tem, would you present new business item number 2, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution number R2026-138. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria, second by Councilmember Byram. Staff, would you provide a update on this one?
Thank you, Mayor. So this resolution establishes the date for our fiscal year 2027 budget public hearing on September 14th, and that the budget ordinance for fiscal year 27 will be considered for adoption at the September 14th and second reading on the September 28th meetings.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any questions from council? None? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Byram, would you present new business item number 3, please?
Sir, consideration and possible action resolution number R2026-137. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Byram, second by Councilmember Fernandez. Mr. Epperson, would you present this one as well?
Thank you, Mayor. So this item adopts the maximum tax rate for fiscal year 2027. So whatever we set that at, we can come down from that moving forward as we finalize and set the tax rate and the budget over the next month and a half. But this will set what that max rate is. The recommendation in your packet is 0.637892, which is at the no new revenue rate, which generates the same amount of revenue from the same properties as the previous year. And that's actually 1 cent above what we've proposed the budget on. The purpose for that setting here at the no new revenue rate would be to allow council some capacity to address any priorities with streets or internal service funds or other areas if they so desired as we go through the budget process. But we're prepared to move forward either way. So back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I believe in an earlier discussion, was there a magnitude or a value that was discussed based on the variance in the rate?
About $1.4 million.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Patel?
Thank you, Mayor. As I do appreciate the max rate. However, I'd like to propose an amendment to change that rate to the current proposed rate for the budget, which is 0.627982. And sorry, 0.627982. That is the current budget rate that they're proposing as the max rate.
Is that right?
You got a little dyslexic there. Yeah.
Listen, I've been here since 3 o'clock. So, did I say it 0.627982?
Oh, it's 78.
0.6278.
Someone wrote it wrong for me.
It's on the screen. 0.627892.
There you go.
That is
so moved.
Second.
So just to be clear, there's an amended motion on the floor to adopt a different rate, which is 0.627892. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor, and I apologize. I will deal with the person who gave me this paper later.
No problem, no problem. So as the amended motion, there was a motion was made by Councilman Patel, second. Amended motion made by Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Koza. Any questions?
That was setting the maximum, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yes.
And so just real point, again, just to kind of add on to that. So the magnitude of value that was just asked of Mr. Epperson, that would remove that, if I'm understanding correctly.
So the proposed budget does not include that the expenditures in that additional amount. So what's being proposed to be adopted here would support the budget as proposed, the amended motion.
Okay. All right. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla,
Aye.
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, that was just an amendment? Okay. Oh, the screen moved, just want to make sure. So now we have the amended motion on the floor. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Fernandez,
Aye.
Member Patel,
Aye.
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Kaye, would you present item number 5, please? New business item number 5.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Consideration.
Oh, my sheet says.
Yeah, they
4.
skipped it on the sheet.
That's okay. Sorry. Thank you.
I didn't know where we were a minute ago.
4. New business item number 4. Thank you.
Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2026-131, so moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Kaye, second by Councilmember Byram. Mr. Representative, would you present this one as well?
This item's for the award of a construction contract to basically reconstruct and renew all the public infrastructure in the Shady Crest and Creekview subdivisions. It includes the drainage improvements from the 2023 bond package, replacement of the transite water lines, and replacements of parts of the sanitary sewer system that have not already been rehabbed. And that'll be, all of that work will be followed by rehab of the asphalt pavement when the rest of the work is completed. We received 3 bids that were evaluated with all the required documentation. The low bid is approximately 18% below the engineer's estimate. Reference checks were good, and they previously have completed a project for us back in 2021. So we recommend award to the lowest responsible bidder, Lucas Construction Company, in the specific amount that's in your documents, but it's just under $13.3 million. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Councilmember Byram.
I was just a little unclear. Does this 13.2 million, that includes the entire project, or are the streets a separate?
It's all inclusive.
Okay, so
Yes,
it's
sir.
streets, drainage, water lines, sewer lines.
Yes, sir.
This is the construction contract or the workshop that we had in here a few months back with Shady Crest.
With the residents, yes, sir.
See, yes, I remember that meeting too. Okay, so this is the full scope, and I have no reason to believe it wouldn't pass tonight. So what is our overall time frame?
Let's see.
And if I missed it in the agenda, I've been here since 3 with Member Patel.
I don't see it, but Lawrence is telling me 24 months, so I'm going to go with what the attorney says.
We have 720 days for.
I'm listening to Fabiola.
720 days?
720 days.
Correct.
What I just heard? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does anybody need someone from them? Does anybody need some context from someone here?
No. I just wanted to make sure that this was the full scope of the project, and the only other aspect of it is, I know we talked a little bit about it when we had that hearing with the residents of Shady Crest. We talked about communication in general. Be a massive project that's going to have a lot of, we'll call it inconvenience to day-to-day life involved in. So I hope that part of this overall approach is that we have a good, robust communication plan planned for that overall project, keep people informed, time.
Absolutely. We'll work with the residents, the HOA, make sure they've got all the contact information from a day-to-day standpoint if they run into issues, and have that open dialogue throughout the project.
Can I ask that we get included in that dialogue simply because we're going to get the phone calls? Or, I mean, I can call you.
I'm pretty sure you don't want all of it that we'll be doing, but I think the initial information that we share out kind of on the timeline and schedule and who to call, we can absolutely share that, yes.
Fair enough.
Member Byram, if it's done right, it works very well.
Yeah.
Without your facilitation, or I can tell you the neighborhoods that have done it, it works very smoothly. And if this construction company gets the point person in the neighborhood, you'd be surprised what you can get accomplished.
I have full faith in our team. I just want to, it's a big, elaborate project, so I just want to make sure
I
we
know,
all stay on
but
the same page.
it works pretty smooth.
Councilmember Patel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is somebody from Lucas? Is that right? Would you go to the podium? The longer you wait here, the bigger your contract gets. Just so you know. Sir, I know you just saw the frustration we deal with. So are you going to be the point man on this project, or?
Our field superintendent will be the point man.
Okay. So how are you going to be involved in this project?
I'll be overseeing all of the management things that go on any kind of communication that needs to happen with the engineer, RFIs, submittals, invoicing.
Well, I'm more worried about my constituents in there. As you hear from my other council members, this is a very active neighborhood. They actually show up and vote, and they actually show up and voice.
Yes, sir.
That's a good way of putting it. So it's very important to us on this diocese that we don't get any complaints. This is a big project, and we appreciate you guys taking a shot at it. But more importantly, I think it's really important that you communicate with your team that we can't have the screw ups like we did just prior to this, right, with the car wash. And it was a very small project.
Yes, sir.
We do get calls, and we don't want them. And so I would strongly urge you to make sure the communication is very clear, please, and especially in this neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Would you be kind enough to, apologies if I missed it, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself?
My name is Jimmy McGinnis. I'm the Vice President of Lucas Construction.
Thank you kindly.
So when do we expect this
Councilmember Byram?
to kick
Yep.
off?
You're good.
We've discussed within the next 60 days.
So awarded tonight, construction begins within 60 days, and 720 days.
Yes, sir.
The entire project is outside, so weather permitting.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Koza.
Thank you. Councilmember Byron, you took away my 720 because I just want to make sure you were comfortable with that. And I'll kind of expound upon what Councilmember Byron talked about earlier in previous projects. When there's a point person in the neighborhood, it can be irritation that is going on from the construction process, not necessarily your company, just the process back into the neighborhood. But you can also have residents be a nuisance to the construction process. It goes both ways. I'm very familiar with one neighborhood that every time a gentleman had a form put on his property for and this was a different project, but for the sidewalk, he would come home at night, tear the form down so that when the construction company came the next day to pour concrete, they couldn't. So it can go both ways, and it is advantageous if you set a rapport with whoever the point person might be in the neighborhood, and work both ways. It works very well. So I would highly suggest that.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments or concerns? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote, please?
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla? Member Byram?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Fernandez, would you present new business item number 5, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2026-135. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Fernandez, second by Councilmember Byram. Mr. Epperson, would you?
Thank you, Mayor. After our 2 public hearings on the CDBG action plan, the actual plan is up tonight for consideration. The main components are the housing rehab at about $282,000, code enforcement efforts within the target area of $70,000, Pearland Neighborhood Center and counseling connections $81,000, and the administrative costs associated with the program. Once approved by council, it goes to HUD for acceptance, and we recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns, council? Councilmember Byram?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I would say I'm excited for this. The funding for Neighborhood center, I think, is very important. And I would also say the funding for Counseling Connections is also very important. We've had a number of conversations in this room about mental health needs in our community, and being able to utilize these funds and allocate it towards that, I think, is excellent. So Joel, thank you for making sure that this continues to get done and they continue to get funded.
Mayor.
Councilmember Cade. Yes, sir.
It says 81,000 to Pearland Neighborhood Center and Counseling Connections. They each get 81,000.
No, ma'am. We'll split it. We'll split the difference.
All right. And is there any follow-up or requirements or anything for these groups to get this money?
So when we get our grant agreement from HUD, we engage in a subrecipient agreement with each of the agencies, and that kicks off their ability to begin spending dollars, and their reimbursement requests to the city with their progress reports constitute validation for payment, and that's how we handle that.
And so do other groups have an opportunity to apply and participate?
So we base our allocations right now on the existing 5-year consolidated plan, but as we begin to put that together for the next 5 years, starting in 2027, we will probably be in a position to accommodate applications and some recompetition, if you will, for meeting certain priorities that pop up in the surveys and other surveillance outcomes. So that'll show us exactly what's most important for the community, and we'll put out applications for the kinds of agencies that provide that work to qualify for the contracts.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo Member Byram. Joel, thank you for what you do. Thank you for all the work that you did to put into this, and this is good stuff right here. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Fernandez,
Aye.
Member Patel,
Aye.
Member Koza,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla,
Aye.
Member Byram,
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Councilmember Patel, would you present new business item number 6, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consider possible action, resolution number R2026-143. So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Patel, second by Councilmember Cade. Mr. Provence, I see you have something lined up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I apologize. I'm not too sure how best to break this down or to present it, so I'll do my best. At the last meeting, there was a request by consensus of council that we revisit council rules. Hearing that request, staff went ahead and staff made proposed revisions, which were included in your packet, and I'm going to walk through those. I also heard from several different council members about other proposed changes, and I've tried to assimilate those as best I can and come up with appropriate language. I will slowly walk through those, or as quickly as walk through those, depending on the kind of feedback y'all give me. And we could take it up one at a time, or we could take those up all as a slate, so to speak. So I've tried to break them down as best I can. If there is something as I'm going through the presentations, the PowerPoint does have page numbers. So if you knock it down, I'm sorry, it's in the bottom corner on the right, and that little white font, it's hard to read. I try to use the city template this time, and that's what happened. But if you want to interrupt me as we go along, that's fine. But first, I was going to go through the staff proposed changes, and then I'll address any council proposed changes after that. So as you may be aware, council rules and order of business, or the rules as we call it, they were originally adopted in 2014. It was always understood, and when you go back to the original presentation, it was understood that they would require periodic amendments to adapt to operational and legal challenges, or changes rather, and they have been amended 10 times since their original adoption in 2014. The 4 staff proposed changes really are trying to make sure that staff complies with different applicable legal requirements. The first two are in section 7 regarding deadlines for city council supplemental submissions and deadlines for city council requests. There's one in regards to making sure that we extend public comments to comply with state law regarding translators and giving double the time that is given to other people. And then the last one is just updating a cross-reference. So looking at the first one, the deadline for city council supplementals, it was originally at noon, and staff is recommending that happen at 10 a.m. As you may recall from reading the AIR, what traditionally happens is staff might get however many supplementals staff gets provided by city council right at noon. Noon is typically the lunch hour. Staff can't just wrap it all up and send it out because it's supplementals and it may have confidential information in it. They have to go through that and they have to redact it accordingly. And then as exhibited by tonight's original meeting, it's 3 o'clock. There's not as much time as you would think to do that, which is why they were asking, and staff is asking for us to push that submittal deadline back 2 hours and make it 10 a.m. And then just because of the way that our agenda software works, now that we have it with iCompass, it's really the city secretary who pushes things out, not the city manager. When this was originally written, I think the city manager sent supplementals via email to all of council at that time. So that would be staff's first proposed change. Are there any questions about that one as we go through? The second is a deadline for city council requests.
One second. There's a question about customer.
Lawrence, thank you. Lawrence, I have a full-time job. Sometimes I'm sending stuff on my lunch break. So 10 a.m. is a little bit early, honestly.
Yes, ma'am. I completely understand that. And there's a give and take in this. And I think the only suggestion that I would have is that I get a lot of calls on the weekend, and I'm working on the weekend, and you may have to be putting together your supplementals on the weekend as well so that you can get them in before you get to work. It's either move it back, and then you might not get your information even before your 3 o'clock meeting, which doesn't seem fair to council, or it's get it ahead of that 10 a.m. Just because it's the deadline doesn't mean that it can't be submitted earlier.
Some of your phone calls are for me on the weekend, so I'm working on the weekend too.
Yes, ma'am. I feel like it's a job that we all are dedicated public servants giving it our all.
For sure. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question?
Thank you. We all work. I think 10 a.m. is doable. And if you got to submit something, submit it on Friday or on the weekend.
Any other comments before you move on? Seeing none?
The second issue is in regards to when council requests need to be submitted. As it stands now, council requests are submitted on Monday, the week before, actually the day before the agenda is, the week before the agenda is posted. But that was based on a prior Open Meetings Act agenda posting that was 72 hours prior to the meeting. Now that it's 3 days before the meeting, staff wants to make a corresponding change for when deadlines to be submitted. And this isn't to say that your information can't be considered, it's to say when it would be considered. It might not be on the next meeting, it might be the one that's after that. So that's really the genesis for that particular issue, and it is to correspond with a change to the Texas Open Meetings Act that occurred in 2025.
I do have a question on this one. So what is being proposed is not a state mandatory. This is a accommodation request for staff to get more time for items to be placed on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's to give you an opportunity it's to give any council member the opportunity to work with staff to get it on there in a way that can be presented in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. So this is not a requirement, but the Texas Open Meetings Act also doesn't have a requirement that allows city council members to set an agenda. So this is purely a council rule issue.
So just before we move on, I provided like a calendar.
Supplemental? Yes, sir.
Correct. If you could just switch to that really quick to visualize what this request would do. So, yep, that one right there. All right, so current process as it stands today, the calendar, just had it. There we go, perfect. The current process is the agenda deadline, for example, for this particular meeting would have been on Monday for any council or mayor to present an item for this meeting would be before the public notice on the 4th. And so what is being proposed, if you switch to the next slide, sorry. You're good.
Mayor, I don't want to steal your slides from you, but if it helps, I actually have a slide that has both those dates on it.
Yeah, but I want to visualize it. Oh, you have is it a visual?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Although
it's there.
Although it's here now, so
Okay, well,
yes, sir.
I don't, so the proposed change would move the agenda deadline to the Thursday, which would be, if it were now, so any items that would have been on today's meeting would have to be proposed 2 weeks ahead of time. And so I would just caution, so I do have an issue with that. So obviously, there's a review that we're all in to review the items on every agenda. And so what would happen is, if I were to review it with staff and then confer with council about items or concerns or package items or any other items, essentially at this particular moment, I would have maybe 4 hours to make a determining factor on the agenda or concerns. The meeting's in the morning. And so to meet deadline, I wouldn't have any weekend to review. We've talked about weekend review, and obviously we all are committed public servants, and we do work on the weekends. So that would minimize the accommodating time of the Thursday, the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, and the Monday before a public notice. And this is only for an agenda item. This is not saying that there's any additional items or things that would need to be presented. And if I do recall at the last meeting, because we're talking about a staff lift, that's what this seems like. It's how much lift would be required by staff to provide a comment on the agenda item. And I can't speak for all of the council members, but I know for myself, there was a statement made at the last council meeting, July 27th, timestamp 2/10/26, where it said traditionally, unless there's a consensus by council, staff doesn't utilize resources to prepare information. If there's a consensus on council, based on requests that I make on a future item, it would be happy to confer with council. So based on the information that was provided for me last time and the information that's here, there is a minimal lift of anything that I've provided thus far, and I can only speak for myself, provided thus far, that would require any significant council or staff lift to place an item or review an item on the agenda. And I'm saying this because as we continue to move forward, we talked about the workshop earlier, and there are some significant challenges that we as a city and council are going to have to face. And if we push this back, it minimizes our agility as a governing body to respond to requests or concerns that council may have. And I believe this would be a setback. So I just want to point out that we all are a government, but when it concerns elected body versus staff, I think we all represent the community. And so we are asking for just oversight to be able to provide some significant context and information to staff. And so that's why I'm pushing back on this particular move, even though it will provide some I guess, time. I think the time, I just want to make sure we work towards a process that protects everyone's staff time and our time as council. I see Councilmember Byram, you have a comment. Yes. I'm finished. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Okay, fair enough. And I appreciate where you're coming from. I do want to add some clarity because it's been mentioned a couple times that staff asked for this. It wasn't actually staff that asked for this. It was me that asked for this particular move, because historically it's been 2 weeks prior to the meeting. That's what it's been since I've been on council. And so when the legislature changed the law on the public notice, moving it, so keeping this graph up here, moving it from Thursday to Tuesday, we took up council rules and changed our rules to be in compliance with the public notice, but we didn't change our deadlines and when we dropped things on staff. And so we backed the public notice up 2 working days. So it was my suggestion at the last meeting that you guys are now coming back, having looked at the reviews or looked at the rules, to back our requirement up 48 hours as well, because under that, sorry, I didn't know you changed it, and I thought I went just like.
I did not mean to confuse you. I changed it because it puts both.
Yeah.
So here outlined in the
matrix.
blue, you see the original notice on August 7th. That's when we would have published prior to the Open Meetings Act changing. And then on the 4th is when we publish now. On red is when, so that would be on the 3rd. That's when it historically, well, that's where it currently is. And staff was asking that it be pushed back to the green on the 30th, all for the 10th. But I absolutely understand the concern. If you're doing that, and if, like, as you look at the mayor's agenda meeting, you see that there, you're saying you have less than 24 hours to get something to us. If at the agenda meeting, you had something different that you wanted to add to the agenda.
Well, just to kind of finish my train of thought, there is a balance between all of our workloads. So, my suggestion was simply that we back up our deadline of when to give things to you guys, because under our current deadline, staff can be getting agenda items from council, from anyone on this dais, and tomorrow the agenda is going out under the current structure. And so that's why I think it is appropriate to move it. If we need to move other meetings as well, so be it. But I do believe that there is the ability in an emergency circumstance to put something on the agenda pretty much at any time if we have an emergency. Is that correct?
I guess it depends on what you define as an emergency.
Well, we'd have to define an
But the
emergency.
city manager absolutely would have that authority to do it. So if you were outside of the deadlines created by the council rules and you presented whatever that emergency was to the city manager, as long as it can get on the agenda in time for compliance with the Open Meetings Act, that would be a possibility. And then when you say emergency, I also think of the emergency for disaster declarations and those types of things. In both the Texas Open Meetings Act and the Disaster Declaration Act and 418 of the Government Code have specific provisions relating to those types of things. So I'm presenting it as a possibility. I'm not writing it in stone. Anything can be amended. And I want to hear from y'all. I thought that, and I apologize, Mayor, I didn't know that your supplemental was going to come in, because I would have told you this is the calendar that staff uses, and I would have given this to you so you didn't have to spend your time finding and coloring on your own. Of course, you colored in the lines, and I didn't quite make it on mine, so apologies for that.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
The last piece, and I appreciate agility because things move quickly, right? But at the same time, our government is, at least as I understand it, government is actually designed to not move quickly because we don't blow past things or not have the opportunity for people to be able to make it to meetings, which I know is something that we've discussed. So I like, overall, I like the idea of backing it up. If something comes up, I guess worst case scenario, it puts it out 2 weeks to get to the next agenda item, right? Unless it's an emergency type situation, then it can get on the agenda and we deal with it. That's just kind of my thoughts on it.
Any other concerns here? So I'd still stick to these 3 points. If we keep it as it is, I think it allows us for more independent review without pushing the schedule back. Knowing what we know outside of emergency, there's some significant planning and discussions I think that need to happen. And so this gives us the flexibility to do that. Like I mentioned, there's no lift from what I understood the last time as far as putting an item on the agenda, because there's really no lift from staff other than just to place it. And then I think there's some language that we have to work through that we've seen in the past. I think 10 a.m. probably would be a good idea to do that so we can give some time, or maybe earlier. I know that there's some consideration for other people, but I just would really caution adopting a process that reduces our elected officials' opportunity to exercise appropriate oversight. I think that's what that does without pushing pushing it back. And if it moves back, provided that the meeting doesn't move back, I don't think that's enough oversight or enough time. And for example, I don't think it's reciprocated, because we all know that this demands a lot of our time. And so, for example, I just did some quick math. We got the budget on Thursday. We got it Wednesday night, and we got it Thursday. It was 267 pages. The average time it takes for a technical review document is about 8 pages an hour. That would mean that we would have had, on an average, 4 days necessary to review that. So that included the weekends. 216 pages would be 3.5 days. So 27 hours, 33 hours. So the fact that I'm pushing back on an agenda item just to put it on there, not asking for any additional lift, I think is a fair exchange or a fair ask from staff to us here. And so I'll just end with this. As we move forward to the other items I know you have to present, I just want to make it clear that I do support a predictable agenda process, but I don't support a process that gives staff more time while leaving us and council only 5 business days or hours to review, which is what the case is now without me moving it. And it wouldn't allow us to provide input on matters ultimately that would come to council in a timely manner. So I'm making my statement out there. I know maybe council may or may not agree, but I think this would specifically put us at a disadvantage in being able to respond to resident requests by pushing this out a week beyond this new budget, this new cycle. So I've made my case, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. In just a second, as I switch back to the PowerPoint. The next portion was corresponding with that staff proposed change, and that is things later than noon on the Monday before the regular meeting. I'm just saying if it's late. I could have copied and pasted all that stuff, but I just thought saying if it's late would end it essentially there. So that's, again, relating to the deadline for council requests as staff reviewed that. The next issue is in regards to allowing people the additional time that state law allows. They speak to us through a translator. Quite frankly, we should have done this in 2019, but as we knew the issue was coming up now, and as I'm looking at it, there were some members of staff, specifically Jennifer, I think, who called it out. Give credit where credit is due. It's something that we knew, but it wasn't in the rules, and we think it's probably appropriate to put it in the rules. Any questions about that one? And then the last one was, I think that section 15 refers to section 6, and it should have referred to section 7. because that's where that area is. So that would be the 4 proposed staff changes, or I'm characterizing it as 4 issues. Before I move on, I just wanted to see, is there a consensus on those 4 issues? I know that there was definitely some discussion on one of those, but if I heard discussion in regards to the deadline for council requests, I didn't hear a consensus, and I'd like to follow up on that.
I'll move it across. Councilmember Patel?
Yeah, so let's get rid of Section 8, right? That's non-negotiable, I'm assuming. So we don't need to talk about that.
Correct.
Right, okay. Section 7, deadline for city council supplements. I understand what you guys are coming for. 10 o'clock may be hard. I understand what Ms. Kate is saying. But I guess it depends on Section 7, deadline for city council request. I think, to me, that one, I understand what the mayor is saying on that one as well. The timeline is tight, and for me, I mean, I guess we can try this, and if it doesn't work, we come back here and have a discussion to say, make the adjustments. And that's where I will stay. I don't mind trying this for now to see how it helps staff and how council members may have to jump. I think our window is getting shorter and shorter. And I can see how that could be an impact on the council's time. But I'm willing to try it, and then maybe we try it for 3 months, and end of the year we have a discussion of maybe making adjustments if this is not working out for anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Fernandez, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Member Patel. I think the Section 7 deadline of City Council requests, I think that was the biggest topic. I think our hands are a bit tied with the changes from the state. And when the state came down and made those adjustments, I think it just made it super tight. I agree with Member Patel. Let's give it a try. If it's not working, we can make adjustments. But I think the biggest thing was the state coming down and making those changes, which to me just allows a little bit more time, a little bit more flexibility. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Kate? No comments? Councilmember Byron?
Yeah, I mean, my perspective is I think we should back it up. Maybe y'all can explain to me offline why it's shortening our time frame. I don't understand where that's coming from, because worst case scenario, we don't get something in, it goes on the next agenda. So I don't think it hurts our schedule all that much, but it provides more opportunity for staff. That's how I'm looking at it.
So just to be clear, this is putting an agenda item. This is not a lift on the request for the agenda item. That's what the discussion is.
This is putting the agenda item on the agenda.
On the agenda?
Yep.
Okay. So it's a lift that requires an additional 72 hours minus a weekend. That's what we're saying. We're going to reduce the time based on the new constraints, which aren't a requirement from TOMA, aren't a requirement from the state. This is arbitrary constraints placed on us as council, elected by the people, for oversight to staff.
Now, what I'm saying is I don't see it as a constraint on council. It's just moving the window. We still have 30 days in the month to put something forward, to call one another and get a second and put something on the agenda. I'm seeing it as a benefit to our overall presentation to our council meetings, to our agendas, that staff has the time to actually put the whole agenda packet together, including the presentations that they have to put because we requested an item. We come in and say, well, we want an update on PCI on Monday. They got to put a presentation together about PCI on the agenda packet that goes the next day. So I don't see it as a constraint on us at all. I see it giving staff a little bit more time to put a more complete packet together. That's how I see it.
And the point I'm trying to make is that Mr. Provins made this very clear the last time. There may be some concerns for council to put items that require additional packets. That's not the case for me. There's nothing that requires staff approval. And so you're putting an arbitrary constraint on oversight that I have in my role, in addition to council, arbitrarily, because what I'm typically request, based on what Mr. Provins said, requires no lift from staff, zero. zero. So what this would in effect do would limit oversight of an elected official and people of the public. It would. That's
I just simply disagree with you on that. I don't think it limits our oversight capability at all.
gotcha. Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm okay with the proposed changes, and then we can always go back and tweak it if we need to. Thank you.
Councilmember Koza.
I'm okay with the proposed changes as stated here. You know, when I first reviewed this stuff, we used to get stuff on Thursday, and it was a lot shorter time period. So, you know, this works fine.
Any other comments or questions? I think you have consensus.
No additional questions. I think I have a consensus for those 4 items. Appreciate y'all's patience on this. And as I go through the next set, and these are going to be things that I've heard from different council members in regards to additional provisions. I've categorized these as well. I apologize if I have miscategorized these. I've heard from y'all, and I needed to lump it in some way. So this wasn't your words. The following, I would say, would be your words. One is making it consistent in here, where it says members of city council versus the mayor and I guess it's really mayor and 2 council members. At the end of the day, the charter uses that language differently, and I think the request was to have this be consistent throughout, kind of consistent with our charter, describing it as members of city council. So that would be the mayor and any the mayor and any 1 person or any 2 members of council, however you phrase it.
Say what again?
I'll get to it in a second. I'm sorry. I just meant to preview the items. So this would make the language in the charter consistent. Members of city council, which would include the mayor, versus the mayor and council members, which also includes the mayor. So we would be phrasing it as members of city council in the rule.
But okay, this is just in reference to council. This is not referring to any specific.
Well, there are provisions where this categorization has an impact. So
that's what I'm trying to understand, because
yes,
that's
sir.
what it feels
and
like.
as I get to that, I spoke too much already. I should have just said, here are the the 6 things that I wanted to talk about in regards to council proposed changes that I heard. The second is in regards to unified deadline time, essentially making everything 10 a.m. instead of leaving some at 10 and some at 2. I'm sorry, some at noon. I'll get it, I promise. The third is uniform access to agenda information. The 4th is defining the best interest for late requests. The 5th is the amount considered for consent agenda items. And the 6th is addressing meeting disruption. So in section 3, we have special meetings. Under these special meetings, there are times when we're authorized by state law to have something on there. The mayor, a good example of that would be for disaster declarations. That's authorized under the Open Meetings Act. There are times when you can do it. And that's also things inside the Disaster Declaration Act. Unless otherwise authorized by state law, would be to allow for those instances. But outside of that, special meetings would only be upon the request of 2 members of city council. This is where that first example is, because it said the mayor or any 2 members of city council, and it would be consistent, just 2 members of city council would have that ability to put a special meeting request in.
But I think in doing this, this would then change the dynamics of the charter, is what we're doing by now combining council, because it seemed as if in the prior intent, perhaps just like a mayor puts items on the agenda, then because the mayor has other requirements of emergency services and other things, then wouldn't that kind of circumvent or the intent?
It would not be inconsistent with the charter. That actually is consistent. And it's not my issue, really. I just heard from several members of city council that this is one of the things that they wanted to have a discussion about. And at this point, I would turn it over to council to discuss that further.
Councilmember Patel.
I have no comment on this, Mayor. If the majority of them want 2 members, I guess, to put everything on there, I'm fine with it. If they don't, I'm fine with that either way.
It's for a special meeting. Is this for?
Yes, sir. This is in regards to special meetings.
Councilman Fernandez?
I really don't have much to add. I think that being, just kind of consistent, requiring 2 across the board, regardless of mayor or council, I can get behind that.
I don't have strong feelings about this.
So just curious, who made he said several council members made the request.
I don't know if I'm the kind of guy who would.
I mean, they're here.
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking as a general question as to which council members made the request based on, one, a rule change at this particular stage in the calendar year, and then again, for these specific items to be changed that would impact the way our city charter would define how the mayor impacts his or her relationship with council and caring about the order of the business in the community, and how these changes would impact or provide us with better oversight from our constituents, how these changes would do that. I think that's the ultimate goal that we're all searching for, is to how we can better serve our communities, and so how these changes would better accomplish that. So Councilman Patel said he had no one way or the other, so I appreciate that. And Councilman Fernandez said he's for changing, I guess, the intent of how the mayor council was set up based on these changes, because that would impact the role of the mayor and council to be able to facilitate either special meetings or agenda items, because I think that's kind of the point of where we're going with this conversation. Councilmember Fernandez?
No, I was just going to say, do you want to go through the rest before you summarize?
I just wanted to double check.
Earlier, I thought Lawrence said something that the city manager could call a special meeting. But I also thought someone else can't the mayor call a special meeting?
Yes, ma'am. So as you read this section here, red would be the proposed added language, and the black strike line would be what is removed from there. So if you read what is there now, a special meeting could be requested by the mayor or any 2 members of city council. So the city manager, pursuant to the charter, always has that authority. So the city manager runs the day-to-day. So this is really talking about special meetings called by council members.
Well, the mayor or 2 council members.
Or 2.
You're a council member.
Sure, but I understand. Go ahead. Councilman Byron?
I do have, I'm sorry. So Lawrence, we're not excluding the mayor from the process. He is part of the process, correct, with this language change?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
The difference
that's
would
what I
be
mean.
today, if the mayor wanted to call a special meeting, if staff would have to go through its traditional process, like, if the mayor wanted to call a meeting for a Tuesday at 10 a.m., that's going to be something different than if he said, could I have a special meeting and it's on a night where we normally would have a special meeting? But yes, the mayor can submit an individual request for that.
Okay, that's what I.
This change would say the mayor can't do that unilaterally. It would have to be the mayor and 1 council member would do a special meeting.
Thank you.
Which is to the point that I was making, because in the charter there are certain responsibilities that, while the mayor is a part of council, that our government operates in a certain function to put in checks and balances, and that function of the mayor serves that role, and this would circumvent the intended purpose of the charter set up as a council city manager form of government with the mayor and 2 city council members. I just want to be clear that language matters, what we strike out matters, and it strikes out the form and function of each person up here.
Yes, sir, and I apologize if I did not articulate this proposed change correctly. There is something that I could add to it. I don't think it changes the charter, but that
didn't say
doesn't
it
mean
does.
that we can't say unless otherwise authorized by state law in the city charter. That's entirely possible.
But what Mayor Pro Tem brought up was that, and like you alluded to earlier, if the mayor, not just talking about me, but in the future,
Yes, sir.
were to call a special meeting, the mayor could do so. If 2 city council members called a special meeting, 2 would require 2, a special meeting would be called. The mayor doesn't require an additional council member to call the special meeting. And this would be circumventing that and crossing it out and making changes, altering the method and flow of council meetings. Correct?
No, sir, I don't think that, well,
Special meeting request, yes.
I don't think it alters the flow of a meeting.
I spoke incorrectly, but it would alter the intent of how this was set up. Because currently, as it stands, the mayor could call a special meeting. I think you just mentioned that, I'm just reiterating. And then striking this out would now circumvent that and require the mayor to have another council member to call a special meeting. That would be a change in the intent.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
That's what I was asked to present to city council.
And so my earlier question was, you said several is 7, so that's usually several. So Councilmember Patel said that he didn't send it. Councilmember Fernandez, I'm not sure, you asked me to continue with it, so I just wanted to double check because I think there was some clarity needed in this particular item. So I'm just asking if there were people that presented this item that maybe we could discuss it to understand what the intent was of why this was decided to be crossed out and changed.
Lawrence, can we define what a special meeting is?
A great example of a special meeting would have been the budget meeting we had this afternoon at 3 p.m. That was a special meeting. So more often than not, the meetings that we have before 6:30 on Mondays are special meetings. Last week, we had a special meeting that was on a Wednesday at 4 p.m. Those are all special meetings.
So workshops.
Yeah, the charter requires us to have 2 regular meetings per month. And so basically any other meeting outside of that is a special meeting unless it's a joint public hearing or a joint meeting with another body.
So essentially anything outside of our 6:30 regular council meeting is a special meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As a function of government, this is supposed to be a collaborative and deliberative body. So I can see where there's value in having a second to do certain things. In relation to calling a special meeting, I'm with Member Patel. I can go either way with this because it's really just calling a meeting, right? So, I'm fine with leaving the language it is. I don't think it hurts anything to change it, but it's not in relation to just calling meetings. I'm not concerned with this one.
Nobody's asking about the meeting. We were really discussing the intent to change the function of how these meetings were called and why all of a sudden that we've operated this way for years, that this change be made at this particular time to call a special meeting and to also change the time in which agenda items are put on. And that's all. That's what the request was, because Mr. Probyn said several. So I'm just hoping to hear some feedback from several council members as to why the change now and how this would impact residents and help us better serve residents at this particular point in time, at this particular time of the year. That's the question on the table. Yes, Councilmember Patel.
Mayor, I appreciate that, and I'll tell you my opinion, and this is my opinion.
Excuse me, I apologize. I don't want to belabor the issue or interrupt you, but at the same time, there actually is charter language specific to special meetings. I may have misunderstood the request, and I had missed it, but the charter in section 3.8 actually does say a special meeting can be called at the request of the mayor. Mayor, I apologize.
It's not, no, Mr. Provence, there's no apology needed from you.
I stated
You mentioned-
something and I
No, but
I own it.
you mentioned council members brought this to your attention, and I'm trying to understand why, at this particular stage in the game, at this particular time of year, that we are looking at circumventing the charter.
I don't think anybody is proposing circumventing the charter. I don't think that was, I haven't heard from anybody that that's anyone's intent, is to circumvent the charter. There was a suggested change to council rules because this is in our council rules. Sounds like what needs to happen is it needs to be taken out of our council rules entirely because the charter actually speaks specifically to special meetings.
Yes, sir, that's an option.
So if we just take this section out of our council rules altogether because the charter trumps.
That would make it less confusing. Yes, sir. That may make it less confusing.
Thank you.
This would be consistent with that. However, there is not anything in the charter regarding this one. That would be that the city manager and the city secretary, removing the consultation and the concurrence of the mayor, should be able to prepare the agenda for business. And then removing the mayor as an individual and having the mayor have somebody in addition to the mayor support a request for something to be on the next regular meeting.
So it's not explicitly laid out in the form and function. Well, it's not explicitly laid out in the charter, but it seems as if these proposed changes are consistently striking out anything that has mayor and attempting to provide some other form or function for that as the mayor in all of these proposed changes. So I'm trying to understand what the intent was proposed to you by several council members as to how this would better serve our constituents. That's the question at the table. That's what I'm asking. Because it seems like every time from the first presented item of trying to accommodate staff requests to give time for staff requests. And so now we move from staff requests and allowing them time to move to proposed changes that tries to either change or update or strike out any type of function where it says mayor. That's what it seems like. I may be getting the wrong impression. And so if several council members put this to you, I was just asking for discussion from several council members as to why these proposed changes at this particular time for this particular function. And we've already seen that one of them contradicted the actual charter and form of function of the mayor. So just curious. Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So just for clarity, this is not in the charter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So members of city council includes the mayor. That is the mayor. Okay. I just want to make sure, but I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure for clarity, we're saying members of city council, that is including the mayor. So that's not excluding you, but I understand what you're trying to articulate. Thank you.
But in this particular case, language is everything. Yeah. With consultation and concurrence, there's not just a strikeout of the mayor, but it changes the function of how the agenda items are proposed. Because the way it is read currently, the city manager and the city secretary, with consultation and concurrence of the mayor, that changes the form, the function of how the agenda items are put in front of residents. It's a specific strikeout. It's not like it said city council, consultation or concurrence with city council. It specifically says mayor. So the intent of the agenda was to provide oversight by this particular role or this particular form of government to staff to serve the public. And by doing this, it would change the way the mayor or the person in this role would serve the public. It's not just striking out mayor. It says with consultation, we have a mayor, council, city manager form of government. And this specifically takes out the mayor, period, in this particular form of government. And basically says the city manager, city secretary doesn't have to consult any person of an elected authority, which removes the people from the conversation. Councilmember Patel.
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand your point, Mayor, and I do appreciate your view in the seat you're sitting in. I can only speak for myself.
Sure.
I'm not speaking on behalf of the council. I don't know if I was fortunate enough or I was unfortunate enough that I was not here on the 27th. I think part of the frustration I have is there are things on the agenda that is creating heartburn. I'm trying to be very careful with my words. For council, for items that are not being vetted correctly. And I think it's creating more distraction for city council to staying focused on the city business. And I think part of the problem may be, Mayor, we had this, so far I think there were 2 items that you added, and I hope you don't mind me speaking candidly to you. One you didn't get a second on. If you remember, it was about the retreat. Second one was about the so-called annexation. Misunderstood, misheard, I don't know. I wasn't here, so I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No.
So I think part of the frustration is there are things you want to do, and I respect that. I respect that. And the process is you got to have enough people that want to change it. I've been in your shoes. Believe me. I've been on the edge many times. I wanted to jump. You can ask this man on the left of me. But I think the process has to work. And the problem is you ask to move forward as one, but we still haven't done that. It still feels tension here on this diocese. And I think part of the problem is we want to stay focused on the city business. And I would ask, I don't disagree with you. I do not disagree with you. But there's frustration to say we are not staying focused on what we were elected to do. And if there is not enough consensus, we're just spinning our wheels and not getting anywhere. And I would ask you today, things you want to do, have you been able to accomplish? Your goals, have you been able to accomplish through this diocese? And Mayor, again, I hope you don't mind me speaking candidly to you. I think this is where the frustration has come in with this council to say, why are we being distracted? We've been here since 3 o'clock. We're here till 10. We still have executive session. It's a long day. And when you add things that is filling these rooms up that we have nothing to control or say about, but we get bombarded with emails, we get bombarded with phone calls, or something we have no understanding of why it's being put on the agenda. I think we're just trying to say, look, give us a fair shot before you put it on there so we are prepared. We understand what your goal is or what you're trying to accomplish. It's not fair for us to sit here, get phone calls, emails, for items that we don't have any control on. And all we're asking is maybe we have some sort of understanding before it's added to the agenda item. And that's where this is coming from. This is my opinion. I'm not telling you this is theirs. This is my personal opinion. And I hope you understand my frustration is. I didn't really care about the special meeting, but this item, it is important because it is taking up more time than I want to allocate for these city meetings. I'll stop there, Mayor, and I'll let you respond.
I appreciate the open candor, but that doesn't allow for council to circumvent the intent of the mayor and the role in the charter. The items, and I think this is germane. I think Mr. Provins, if this goes off topic, please reel us back in. But because of the proposed changes, I think these conversations are relevant. And so if they're not, please do course correct. Member Patel, I think you're speaking not really the whole context. And in the form function of this particular form of government, that is what I believe the mayor represents in this form of government, to put items on the agenda. The items that were placed that you speak about, the first one was the workshop, but that was consulted with council members. I didn't do that on my own. I consulted with Councilmember Byram, Cade, and Fernandez. And then when it came to it, the second you're talking about was forming a committee, but that was based on consensus brought to the city manager to put it back on the agenda to move forward with an item that he previously thought we had the momentum to move forward on. So that was case number one. In addition, I did get consultation from both the city attorney and the city manager before the workshop was even proposed. He has an email that he sent me based on the context of what we discussed as to how we would move forward as a body, as a collective, for the betterment of the community. So I think those two items would really negate your argument because there was consensus. The second item on July 27th, I think that's you're referring to, and I know you weren't here for that particular meeting. And there was a consultation, back and forth with the city manager, as is in the agenda item, as is my right to do in this role as mayor. And there was back and forth, and there was an agenda item for ESD, Emergency Service District, that was provided on this agenda, but I thought it was important to discuss. The discussion was valid because people did come to the council meeting to understand what it was that was happening as we move forward. And I thought those conversations were pertinent to this particular engagement today. As members were here, they were very involved because, in my opinion, it was brought up to them 2 weeks ahead of time. So they had fair warning and consult. And so I don't think that these changes are warranted because I'm not putting anything on here that is outside or contrary to moving forward with the business of the city for the betterment of the residents. Nothing I put on here, nothing. They were all discussion items. Nothing for consideration of possible action, because if it were, I would have consulted. But everything I put on here were discussion, and the first item got moved forward, which obviously shows some motivation to move forward. And the second one was a precursor to a conversation on this particular item. So I think I'm well within my rights as given by the constituents to move forward. And I don't think any of my actions have provided contrary to the betterment of us moving forward as a city for the betterment of the residents. I think, to your point, there may be some consternation, but that might be more personal than it is functional, because I think we should be able to separate our personal angst outside of these meetings to be able to rise above that, to do the work for the residents. I think I come here every day. I think we have made some progress and strides the way we interact and engage with each other for discussions and comment. And none of those things should warrant changes to the intent of the charter, of the power given to the mayor to consult with the city manager. I just don't think those changes are warranted. I think they're overreach, and I think they're trying to prove a point, but that's not why I was elected as mayor. I was not elected because all of us have to agree or do the same thing. I think I was elected because people wanted a certain thing. I met that criteria, and I'm here. I don't have an agenda. My current agenda and priority is to understand and listen. And that's what I feel like I've been doing all along. We may not agree, but I think this is a bit much to go in and change how I function in this body as on council. And to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, I've never said I was above or below council. I think I'm a part of the team. We may not agree, and no one's changing anybody else's function. So why is my function being changed and called out specifically in all these changes in this particular point in time without a strategic priority, without a meeting as to how we move forward with the city to decide how my function would better be served with these restrictions or in essence, restricting the people who put me here. I'm kind of baffled and confused as to how this is communicated and how these changes are coming about. That's all.
Well, I don't have an answer for that, to be honest. I mean, 1036, I would tell you, my personal opinion is I'm putting yourself or myself in your shoes, and I can understand where you're coming from this. And I don't have an answer, but I think at times change is good. But in this case, where you're sitting, it doesn't look good. I think for me, it's more about how do we keep things efficient and moving fast and staying to the point. If one person, yourself, has an item that you just want to talk about, but 7 here don't agree with or don't want to discuss or it doesn't matter to them, why are we spending time? At least have somebody in your corner to say, hey, I agree with this. Let's talk it out, and have somebody to kind of concur your discussion points, right? And so I can see both sides. I do. I see how it looks from your side that, hey, you're making this change now. How come you didn't do it before? And that was my question before. And I will tell you, that was my question. And I struggle with this. I struggle. Why are you making this change now and not before? And it's because the things that have happened in the last 2 or 3 months is what's causing all these things to say we need to reevaluate our policies and procedures. Normally, when things don't come along and things are just running smoothly, whether people, you have a new job or what, and people go in and out, you got a new employee, it's fine. But when someone starts to break down the system, it's like, wait a minute. We need to look at these policies and say, is everybody understanding them?
And that's where I have a point of contention, because I don't think there's a system breakdown. I'm functioning exactly the way my position is, consulting with city secretary and city manager. You may not agree with those things. You may not agree, but that is within the guidelines of how the mayor is supposed to function in this form of government, period. So what I would recommend, I mean, obviously we haven't gone through everything, but we're getting there. And I just think based on the feedback that I'm getting, there is a miscommunication as to how this is supposed to work or function with this particular role. So I would just ask Mr. Provence and with council that we can table this discussion to a later date, like we did with the ESDs, and try to understand, based on the charter and our form and function, how we're supposed to move forward for the betterment of the residents in this community. That's what I would recommend. I obviously have to have a consensus from council.
Could we just go through the whole thing and then discuss at the end? Would that?
Yes, ma'am. I can continue on with the presentation, or it could be tabled. Both are valid options.
Go through the whole thing, Lawrence, please.
Councilmember Byron says
Continue.
Yes. Okay. So the next one, so earlier it was really in regards to the agenda meeting. This one is going to be to make it consistent with who can request something be on the agenda. It would require any 2 members of city council to submit a request. And then the second change on that would be to have the uniform or consistent deadline of 10 a.m. instead of noon, so that you're not wondering, is this a 10 or is it a noon? And then the third one is rephrasing how it says the mayor or council members. It's going to be at least 2 members of city council. This one is in regards to deadlines. As I broadcasted earlier, there's a question about what's of best interest of the city. I think that question came up at the last meeting, and I'm trying to help put some guardrails or criteria on what actually equals the best interest of the city. First, if two members submit a request and we're unsure exactly what that is and how to put that on the agenda that complies with the Open Meetings Act, if we have to work through that process, then that's going to go to the next meeting. It's not going to be on that agenda. And then the second is really that best interest. So I put it, if it's going to put a risk for legal, fiscal, or public safety issues, if council's given us that directive to bring it already as a high priority to maintain some sort of commitment, or if delay would unduly harm. Now, I completely understand how somebody say, well, how do you decide what unduly harms? And my answer to that question is, I don't decide what unduly harms. That's this guy's job. And I'll let him shoulder that burden. But somebody has to answer that request is what that really comes down to. Somebody has to say, here's the criteria or the things that I looked at doing that. The other concern that I heard on this was, Mayor, if you were to submit a request, you also get to override your own deadline. And, to some people that seems to be unfair. I don't want to put words in their mouth or anything of that sort, but, that's why it was removing the mayor from overriding that deadline and putting it on the city manager who's charged with the duties in the charter to see the day-to-day affairs of the city.
But it did have mayor. So we would still now be changing the impact of the role of the mayor by scratching this out. Yes.
Yes, sir. This was a council-created issue, and it could be a council-altered issue.
Yep.
The next, there was I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 people, in addition to at least one staff member who said, well, that's kind of squirrely. Why didn't you just put it at $500,000 for the consent agenda or a penny below it? Why was it $499,000? So based on that, I put this one in there to say a penny under $500,000 that could be on the consent agenda. I think this may be the last item, and that is making sure that we know when somebody can be removed. State law, oh, it's not the last item, I apologize. But there's an article in Texas Town and City for the August issue, and I passed that out to City Council. I don't remember which came first. I know that Katie pointed out the article to me, and then I just had it slated to go sometime in the future. When the council rules came out, I had a question or two about this, and I said, well, I can add this to it, and it would create a new subsection F. Really, it's still going to be primarily governed by state law when you can remove somebody. You shouldn't be able to remove them just for language unless that language is disruptive. But you can envision somebody standing at the back of the podium refusing to leave. Okay, well, that's disrupting even though it's included with the language. So it would give the opportunity for the mayor to say, or any council members, I can't hear, whatever's happening is disrupting me. Something is stopping me from, as a council member, being able to participate in this discussion. Call it to the chair's attention. The chair could take care of that using the gavel accordingly, issuing the appropriate warning. And then if the person continues on with whatever that bad behavior may be, then it allows for that person to be removed from the chambers. That authority is there. It's there in 2 different penal code provisions, but the request was, shouldn't we also put it in our rules to reflect that? Which is why it's here in public comment, and it would create a new section F.
And this is, just to be clear, this is at the podium or just anywhere in here?
It could be anywhere because people can be just as disruptive from the 3rd row. I was just using from the podium as an example.
I just want to make sure that example it made sure that it was fully encompassing of the context that we're talking about. And so that,
sir,
I just want to make sure that the chair reserves the right, based on law, to, after the warning, remove people within, or persons within the chambers?
Actually, at the end of the day, I believe it would be the discretion of the police officer, who would be able to do that. But I think that the chair would be the one who says, officer, from the dais, somebody is saying that this is disruptive, and you can encourage them to do it. But ultimately, it's always up to the officer's discretion.
Sure. And this is just consistent with the state laws and stuff, right?
Yes, sir. So it's not a specific state law. It's not like saying Government Code Section 2101. It would be a couple of different sections of the penal code that give you that authority.
Sure.
The last one, I think, is going to be a combination of the things that we've talked about already. First, making sure that it's any 3 members of City Council. That includes you, Mayor. You're in there now, but it just seems if we're making that change in other places, use the same language consistently. Have the same deadline be 10 a.m. instead of 2 different deadlines. Having that happen on the Thursday, the week before the agenda is required to be posted.
Go back to that one.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
any 3 council members, including the mayor, and any 3 members of city council, it's still including the mayor. It could be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm going to call it the cutting room floor because I didn't hear from more than 2 council members on these issues, but I did hear it, and I don't have draft language to it. But I did want to at least address it because, if I don't, then my bosses have said, hey, would you consider this? And I told them no. I don't want to be that guy. Debate and decorum, we currently use Robert's Rules. I have a lot of requests saying we need training on Robert's Rules, and then also Robert's Rules is extremely cumbersome. It's hard to understand. Is there something better or different out there? There are other things out there. And we can consider those things, but I didn't have that for today. There's one that's real common. It's called Rosenberg's Rules. There's one that state governments use. I know Rosenberg's and Robert, it gets really confusing because you are still saying Robert's Rules or whatever it is. So if council wants us to have an alternative to Robert's Rules, we would be exploring that if that's what I heard from the consensus today. And then adding in number 18, and that's just, do you want to review your rules periodically? Should it be issue-driven, or should it be based on state law changes, or should you just annually or biannually or periodically, whatever you, the charter has something that happens every 6 years. Is there something that should require the rules to happen or a review of these rules by council? It's your rules, so I leave that to you.
Just to be clear, you're mayor and council?
Pardon? Yeah, yes, you are a part of council.
So my point earlier, so thank you for continuing on. But we can see, at least I can see, throughout, there's a distinct difference from what was presented at first, which was just some recommendations based on, I think, some gaps that we had with people being able to speak with a translator, moving some things based on some other guidelines based on the state. And so then we moved into additional discussion. And I just want to clarify, brought forward or suggested by several council members. Councilmember Patel was the only one to speak. So there were several council members that brought these forward. So I'm assuming there was more discussion, but few people decided to opt in the conversation. It's okay. But I would just recommend, after the first set of recommendations, that the second set, like we do most other things, because these second pieces would significantly impact the way we move forward with business, the representation of the people in these council meetings as represented by us, that we table this item to the strategic priority meeting to better understand how we move forward, one, accomplishing our city goals, and how these would apply and be consistent with accomplishing said goals. That's my recommendation, since I'm a part of council. Councilmember Byron, sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Overall, with the total presentation, you mentioned the point with not aligning with any strategic priority. Respectfully, I would disagree with that. I think a lot of these changes align with trusted government, which is one of our strategic priorities. I think this, as I said earlier, this body is designed to be a collaborative, deliberative body. So to your question, should council rules be regularly reviewed? I think they should, because you can easily go 4, 5, 6 years down the road and nothing's been looked at, and life changes, world changes, right? And so I think it would be wise for us to put something in place for future councils to have a consistent rhythm of reviewing our council rules, just as we have a consistent rhythm of reviewing our charter. I want to make sure that whatever changes we make to our council rules don't violate our charter, right? The charter is always going to trump. We had that issue earlier, and so we clarified that. I would like to go back to the prior slide where it talked about collaboration. Keep going. I don't know the right words. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. There. I think it is valuable. I think it is good governance that anything that gets put on an agenda has a second. Period. So I do think that it is valuable to have the mayor get a second. I think that is a good function. That is a good governance function. I don't have any problem leaving with consultation and concurrence of the mayor, because I do think there is value in the mayor having that conversation with city manager, city secretary, being able, he chairs the meetings. He is a he at the moment. The office of the mayor chairs the meetings. So having that consultation, I'm fine with that. To me, I think that the changes of having seconds for putting things on the agenda or having those discussion items or whatever it is just simply a matter of good governance. But I don't think there's any reason to take the with consultation and concurrence of the mayor out. Leave that, my opinion, leave that in there. Can we advance a slide?
So just to be clear,
same thing.
Real quick. So as opposed to tabling this conversation, we're trying to make these adjustments tonight. That's the motivation I get from you, Councilman Byram. That we're looking at making these changes tonight.
Correct. From my perspective, yes.
Is there anyone else before we continue to move forward that feels the same way?
I'd like to finish my train of thought, if possible, please. You mentioned earlier that the first discussion item, because Member Patel mentioned that as an example, and it is correct. You and I did talk about that first discussion item in relation to a workshop. If we go back to that council meeting, my answer to should we move forward with the workshop in 2 separate comments was, I can't really make a decision on this because I don't understand what we're talking about at this point. And the reason I said that is because what you and I talked about that discussion item was not what ended up being presented. Maybe that was lost in translation on the phone. Maybe that was lost in translation when we got to the dais. But either way, when we got to the dais, I didn't understand what we were doing. As far as the having consensus moving forward with the forming a committee, I've shared this with the city manager. I went back and watched that video. I didn't see consensus from council to move forward with that. Staff had a different interpretation. They have the right to have that different interpretation. They put it on the agenda. So again, we have a situation where we've had multiple instances where there's been, whether it be confusion or ambiguity or whatever. So again, to me, this is a matter of having a second for anything that's put on the agenda is a matter of good governance across the board, in my opinion. I'm one of 7. That's just my opinion. I think the more government controls itself, the better it is for the for the citizens that leave us the responsibility of good governance. So I think having a second for agenda items makes total sense. The overall package presented, I think Member Koza mentioned that he talked to the council members that created these rules back in, when did you say it was, 2014? And that there was intended to be power afforded the mayor or the city manager to put items on the agenda in the case of an emergency. I don't see that language in here. I see it if we can advance. Yeah, but nope, yep, nope.
This was the language to allow it to happen for an emergency.
Yeah, this, best interest, I appreciate the effort to try to clarify that. This was the language for an emergency?
No, sir.
This is the best.
This is defining best interests.
Yep.
The unless otherwise authorized by state law is what's meant to allow it to happen in the event of an emergency. The state law will give you those times when any one person can.
The emergency is related to a special meeting, not an agenda item. This is a special meeting.
Yes, sir. Because the emergency is most likely
Would
not
be
going to
a
be.
special meeting.
We can't schedule our emergencies on the second and fourth regular meeting of the month.
Okay. Fair enough. So that's my opinion on it. I think having a second for anybody putting anything on the agenda, again, is a function of good governance. We've already talked about this slide. I'm fine with leaving this the way that it was. And on the other one, I'm fine with the consultation part remaining. That's my thoughts.
Comments? Councilmember Koza?
Thank you, Mayor. With the exception of, I think it was number 3 that was against the charter, all the rest are strictly our rules, correct?
Yes, I'm hesitant because of number 6, addressing meeting disruption.
Well, okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, because that's laws. Okay, so the one that's, I think you said 3.8 on the charter about special meetings, that's the only one that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with that being said, I'm fine with the rest.
We'll second that.
I agree.
Lawrence, I just wanted to say the Rosenberg rules are like 7 pages long.
So when I say that they are simple, I mean that they are more simple than Robert's rules, which are 2 books.
What about Sturgis? Is that?
I'm not familiar with Sturgis, but that's something that we could look at. Yes, ma'am.
So let's see, Koza, Patel, Councilmember Koza, Councilmember Patel, Councilmember Fernandez, Councilmember Cade.
No, ma'am, this is a buffet and council gets to choose what they put on the menu.
It could be tabled. Doesn't have to be discussed now if you're not sure of them.
Come back to me.
Councilmember Byram.
I just gave my opinion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria?
I'm okay with the changes. Thank you, Mayor.
So it seems like there's a majority consensus to change the function as established in the previous council function of the mayor in relation to council by a majority of council members tonight, and no postponement. And based on the charter conflict, which would, I think, prove that there's some intent as to how the mayor's supposed to function in this form of government, that we are moving in a direction that's contrary to the function that's kind of laid out in that governing charter body. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Provost?
I would not describe it that way, sir. I would simply state that there are 4 staff proposed changes that I heard from a consensus the council's moving forward on, and there are 5 out of 6 proposed changes. I don't think that it changes the nature of the government in relation to the city charter.
Not the government. I said the way the mayor functions in that form of government as to how, because it seems that there are certain things that are now being changed.
Yes, sir. There are
Correct.
things that are being changed.
Exactly. And
They were created by a council in 2014, and this council in 2026 is looking to change some of those things.
I just want to make sure that's clear. Got it. I don't think there's any additional items. I don't know how we move forward at this particular time. I think there's some proposed changes. So you're going to come back with those changes to be adopted at a later date? Is that what's going to happen, or?
That's always council's. I hadn't heard a motion to postpone and a second for that. So there was a motion and a second that's on the table that only had the resolution as it was written with the staff, with the 4 staff proposed changes. If council was looking to make an amendment, I would encourage somebody to say, I'd like to see the changes to whichever of these 6 you were so inclined to do. It's in regards to the special meetings in 3.08. That would be the exception to that.
So Lawrence, could you say it so we could say so move and get a second or not?
Yes, sir, I can. There would be a motion to amend to include council proposed changes with the exception of the proposed change regarding special meetings. Otherwise, the remaining proposed changes as written would be adopted.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Koza to amend the approved council proposed changes with the exception of the charter conflict.
Yes, sir.
Special meeting charter conflict. Second by Councilmember Byram. Okay, making sure. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right. Moving on to. All right, so the City Council will now hold a closed executive meeting pursuant to the provision of Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, in accordance with the authority contained in.
Apologies, Mayor. That was actually the motion to amend. We actually need the vote on the amended motion.
Got it. Got it. All right. Apologize. Madam Secretary?
Member Patel?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Byram?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Fernandez?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
The City Council will now hold a closed executive meeting pursuant to the provision of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code in accordance with the authority contained in executive session under Section 551.072 and executive session under Section 551.087. We'll enter executive session at 11:04 p.m. from executive session at 11:47 p.m. Mayor Pro Tem Chavarria, would you present new business item numbers?
No action.
I'm sorry, no action, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, let me see, hold on. There being no other items and no action, adjourn at 11:47.